Alright. Close that. Alright, let's do this. Green light on? Yes, okay. It's been a while since I've done this. Me up. Please just play nice. For God's sake, so much. Alright. Let's see. Beto had to. Ay. Wait, what? Yelan had to. Ah, okay. Okay, let's do the trick. So tear me down, build me up. Audacity, please don't even fucking start with me. Oh, wonderful. Great start to the stream. Hey, Tsukishima. I may or may not have to restart if this thing just continues to be a dick to me, so just bear with me. Because sometimes this computer just loves to irritate the daylights out of me. 6 seconds. There we go. Yelan had departed the same day after her meeting with Kokomi, the Alcor having been settled along Narukami Island's docks. Beto had decided to keep herself within range of Inazuma, having checked in every day to be... Okay. Alright, let's see if that works. Along Narukami Island's docks. Beto had decided to keep herself within range of Inazuma, having checked in every day to be sure that her comrades were safe. Her ship had been... Sorry. Along Narukami Island's docks. Oh my god. Beto had decided to keep herself with... Yep, the Genshin players are mad right now. I don't know if you've been keeping track of it, but yeah, the CN players aren't happy. Basically, the Genshin devs tried to get away with another pack of bullshit going on with the anniversary, and the CN players basically said, you're not fucking getting away with this bullshit again. Fuck you, Hoyoverse. This is something that's needed to happen for a long time. Maybe finally some changes will happen to the game. Anyways. Along Narukami Island's docks. Beto had decided to keep herself within range of Inazuma, having checked in every day to be sure that her comrades were safe. Her ship had been docked when Yelan had come to Inazuma's harbor for a request to... Her ship had been docked when Yelan had come to Inazuma's harbor for a request... Her ship had been docked when Yelan had come to Inazuma's harbor for a request to... Okay, I need to zoom in a little bit. There we go. That's better. Okay. Her ship had been docked when Yelan had come to Inazuma's harbor for a request for transport back to Mondstadt, having discussed the events of her days in Inazuma upon crossing paths with Beto. Having discussed the events of her days in Inazuma upon crossing paths with Beto. There we go. Okay. Back. Pull that back. I got Raiden and her weapon during the TCG quest. I hate TCG a little less now. I don't know if that's anything right now going on in the game. It was back to back, which made it even funnier.
You actually got 4. Okay.
I'm streaming, by the way.
I don't care.
Okay.
What you're doing.
Just making you aware. Sore foot medication, guys. Sore foot medication. If you've been following me on Twitter, or have seen the post on my channel, then you know exactly what's happening. So yeah, oh my god. It hurts right now to move my left foot, but... Having discussed the events of her days in Inazuma, upon crossing paths with Beto. Okay. It wasn't long after... Hang on, let me check the duration of that. The Mondstadt. Having discussed the events of her days in Inazuma, upon crossing paths with Beto. It wasn't long after that that Yelan had boarded the ship and started her one-day trip back to Mondstadt to carry out her end of the deal. She was used to traveling and doing operations as such solo, but there was always a slight tingle of fear in her that surfaced in it. Okay. But there was always a slight tingle of fear in her that surfaced in it, especially considering that she couldn't determine if her enemy was in sight or not. However, she had shrugged off that fear. Okay. So what we're doing today is we're going to take this we're going to take the mistakes out and then we'll get to the clean process. However, she had shrugged off that fear, knowing she couldn't fail, and to succeed, her state of mind and focus had to be cleared of all emotions. Did I retake this? Her state of mind and focus had to be clear of all emotions. Ganyu and Kuching... First take was fine. Don't know why I hesitated. Probably because I was tired. Ganyu and Kuching had returned to Narukami Island as soon as she had returned from the central point of Inazuma. Are you serious right now? Ganyu and Kuching had returned to Narukami Island as... I need to figure out how much is missing. Narukami Island had immediately returned to Shikaku. Ganyu and Kuching had returned to Narukami Island as soon as she had returned from the central point of Inazuma's As soon as she turned... Are you serious right now? Okay, we're probably gonna have to re-record here. That's fine. Not that big of a deal. Sorry about that, guys. My mic cord really loves to be a butt sometimes. Okay, I guess I'll just re-record that entire thing. That's not that big of a deal. God, I love when Audacity just loves to just screw me in the ass. Nothing new, honestly. If it makes you feel any better, my mouth is sore from my braces. Yeah, those aren't fun either. Alright, let's just hope that this plays nice, because I don't really want to do this again. Alright. Ganyu and Kuching had returned Ganyu and Kuching had returned to Narukami Island, and had immediately returned to Tenshukaku to relay all of their plans and information to A, as soon as she had returned from the central point of Inazuma's entirety. There. There. You happy? Okay. I need to go like this. We need to do this. Control A, Control R. Just go like... Come on, Audacity, quit being a butt. Ganyu and... Yep. Ganyu and... Oh. Hang on. Ganyu and Kuching had returned... Ganyu and Kuching... Control C. Maybe. Control V. Oh, hang on. Yeah, yep. Control V. See if this might work. Emotions. Ganyu and Kuching had returned to Narukami Island, and had immediately returned to Tenshukaku to relay all of their plans and information to A, as soon as she had returned from the central point of Inazuma's entirety. No, let's try that again. Ganyu and Kuching had returned... Okay, I didn't even have to return back to it. I will double check just to be absolutely sure, because usually when Audacity does this, it's not a good sign. Ganyu and Kuching had returned to Narukami Island, and had immediately returned to Tenshukaku to relay all of their plans and information to A, as soon as she had returned from the central point of Inazuma's entirety. Okay. Ganyu and Kuching had returned to Narukami... I mean, I don't really give a shit. As soon as that... And had immediately returned to and had a... Yep, that was correct. Me, you got something to say. Well, spit it out. I'm not your tongue. I'm not just anyone. Oh, no, no. Alright. Pull that back. Ganyu and Kuching had returned to Narukami Island and had immediately returned to Tenshukaku. Nope. Oh, hang on. Forgot I have to come back here. Bring this back a little bit. Kami Island and had immediately returned to Tenshukaku to relay all of their plans and information to A as soon as she had returned from the... You know what? Fuck it. I'm just keeping the take I did. Screw you. Clean take. Zuma's entirety. The trip had taken nearly the entire day, so following their return to the... So following, that's an S. Alright, let's see. As soon as she had returned from the central point of Inazuma's entirety. The trip had taken nearly the entire day, so following their return to the Electro Art abode, they had returned to the Kamisato estate to... Are you serious? So following their return to the Electro Art abode, they had returned to the Archon's abode, you dipstick. Oh my God. So following their return to the Electro Art abode, they had returned to the Kamisato estate to rest. Okay. That definitely needs to be recorded because that sounds kind of wonky. Alright. Control A, delete. I gotta find the spot. So following... Something like that. Alright. Mike, Court, I'm not even fucking touching you. Stop. I can't record right now because the heater's going. Hang on. Let me see if this might work. This is just a test. So, following the return to the Electro Archon's abode, they had returned to the Kamisato estate to rest. Alright. Control A, Control R. Let's see if this might work. So, following the return to the Electro Archon's abode, they had returned to the Kamisato estate to rest. Let me just see what happens. Be what you're looking for. I'm not gonna wait 5 fucking minutes for the goddamn heater to stop. Nearly the entire day. So, following the return to the Electro Archon's abode, they had returned to the Kamisato estate to rest. Man, this is a clusterfuck, isn't it? Gotta move that out of the way. Friends in high places. Welcome to my messy desktop. Hang on, guys. Just hang on. This is just something that I have to deal with, unfortunately. Alright. Oops. Oh, I gotta export that first. I want to see how it sounds if I just... So, yeah. Fire export. Selected audio. Because if it's going to cause problems with the noise gate, I don't even want to keep it. Wave's fine. Missing audio. I don't care. Shouldn't be a problem. That's only 6 seconds of audio. Sorry if I'm missing comments. I'm just gonna get this tested real quick. Shouldn't take me that long. Okay. Missing. This is the most annoying shit. And this is all just caused by the software. So, yeah, annoying, but not the worst thing I've dealt with in my life. Alright, let's see. So if I were to do something like this, go limiter. So this will just take a second, but like, yeah, I'll just kind of keep that as the default. Okay, then I gotta do the EQ. Something like that. Oh, fudge. There. It's something like that. Like this. This. And now that the heater shut the fuck up. Alright, let's see what happens. Oops. So following the return to the Electro Archon's abode, they had returned to the Kamisato estate to rest. So following the return... I don't like it. I don't like it. Alright. Alright. Now that the heater's shut up, let's just do this. So, following their return to the Electro Archon's abode, they had returned to the Kamisato estate to rest. There we go. Control A, Control R. Alright. Now the problem's fixed. So, Control C. Yeah, this isn't my fault. This is completely Audacity. This is all Audacity's fault. Let's see, where am I? The trip had taken nearly the entire day, so following the return to the Electro Archon's abode, they had returned to the Kamisato estate to rest. Control V. Hopefully that fixes it. Day. So, following their return to the Electro Archon's abode, they had returned to the Kamisato estate to rest. Upon their arrival, they had been greeted by Toma and the aroma of a freshly cooked dinner. Alright. And the aroma of a freshly cooked dinner. It was a relief to the two, seeing they had been through a lot in... And the aroma of a freshly cooked dinner. It was a relief to the two, seeing they had been through a lot in that one day. Hold that back. Seeing they had been through a lot in that one day. Yeah, that's right. Seeing they had been through a lot in that one day. Therefore, okay, pull that back. I should probably save as well. In that one day. Therefore, a hot meal. Nope. A little further out. About right there-ish. One day. Therefore, a hot meal was just what they needed in the end. Ayaka had enjoyed... Oh, for God's sakes. In that one day. Therefore, a hot meal was just what they needed in the end.
Yeah.
Ayaka hadn't joined them, too busy with governmental affairs elsewhere. But Kuching and Ganyu knew they were in for a long next day, so they had eaten their food, taken separate baths to wash away their stress from that day, and retired to slumber in each other's arms.
Okay. I want to save. Save project. Yep. Excuse me. Oh. There we go. Something like that. But yeah, to talk about the foot thing, yeah, this came out of completely nowhere a little over a week ago. I woke up with a sore foot, and each day from then on, it just progressively got worse. I finally went to the emergency room, and they diagnosed me with pseudo gout. And I've been taking the meds to get better, but yeah, I don't think the doctor gave me enough to fully treat it. So, yeah, we had to get a little bit more medication. But that's not a worry. Well, I don't think it's a worry. Hopefully not. And retired to slumber in each other's arms. Their embrace had prevented either of them from having... Their embrace had... It's all my fault. Their embrace had prevented either of their dreams from being disturbed by any sort of negative thoughts or entities, having dreamt only of a beautiful and peaceful... Okay. I was rusty as hell, because I haven't recorded in, like, months. That looks like a fuck-up. Yeah, that's definitely a fuck-up. That is most certainly a fuck-up. Having dreamt only of a beautiful and peaceful... Why do I have a hard time saying this? Oh, it's a tongue twister. That's the thing. Having dreamt only of a beautiful and peaceful fantasy that they hoped to be reality someday. The two of them were sitting along one of the many peaks of Mount Aochang together, a beautiful sunset accompanying them in the background. They were holding hands and talking about their future together, making a promise that they'd always be together, even beyond death. The conversation was like a distant whisper that was inaudible for either of them to distinguish, as if some force were preventing them from listening in. However, Ganyu's advanced sense of hearing caught one specific pair of words that left her puzzled. Someday, we'll find them. And that's a promise. Someday, we'll find them. And that's a promise. Someday, we'll find them. And that's a promise. I like that one.
Someday, we'll find them. And that's a promise.
Yeah, I like the first one better. This part's going to be quite intense. I'm just letting you know that by now. Or, I'm just letting you know that.
It had come from Kuching, which made Ganyu wonder what she was promising to her. However, she didn't dwell on it too much, because upon her waking to the scent of breakfast, she had forgotten almost everything. Everything except for the sight of them together. Now she lays under the sheets with a puzzled mind, but lets her fantasies go and decides to get up for the day.
Okay.
It was only a dream, Ganyu, she said to herself, half asleep. No need to investigate fantasies. Only focus on what's actually real. With that said, she stripped herself of her nightgown and situated herself into her day clothes. After her body was adorned with proper daily attire, she moved out of the kitchen she moved out to the kitchen where she was greeted by Toma. However, pull that back.
She moved out to the kitchen, where she was greeted by Toma. However, Kuching was absent, immediately piquing her curiosity.
What's this?
However, Kuching was absent.
However, Kuching was absent.
However,
Okay, I did retake the entire thing. Be a better off. Alright, let's see that.
however, Kuching was absent, immediately piquing her curiosity. Good morning, Miss Ganyu. Toma greeted with a smile.
Alright.
Good morning, Mr. Toma. She greeted back, immediately addressing her curiosity. May I ask if you know where Kuching is? That's too high. May I ask if you know where Kuching is?
Pull that back.
May I ask if you know where Kuching is? Toma nodded, following with a clear answer. May I ask if...
That's gonna get caught. I gotta shut that up. Alright, there we go.
Kuching is? Toma nodded, following with a clear answer. Ah, yes. She's out front. She said she wanted to do some training. Ah, I see. Ganyu answered. Thank you.
Ooh,
Toma nodded
that
again.
might be too low. Let me see about that.
Thank you. Thank you.
So hard to tell.
Ah, I see. Ganyu answered. Thank you.
I don't know,
Toma
we'll see.
nodded again.
We'll see.
Please, have some breakfast, Miss Ganyu. You'll need it for the day ahead. That's all right. But I'll take some tea if you have some brewed. Of course. There's a fresh pot on the counter, he said, pointing to the resting teapot just out of Ganyu's sight. Oh. Please, help yourself. Where am I? Ganyu answered with a nod and smile, working her way to the teapot and pouring herself...
Okay, pull that back.
Ganyu answered with a nod and smile, working her way to the teapot and pouring herself a serving. It was clearly a fresh brew, given the thick and hot mist. It was clearly a fresh brew, given the thick and hot mist. Given the thick... Fresh brew, given the thick and hot mist steaming...
About right there.
Brew, given the thick and hot mist steaming from her cup. Ganyu...
Oh. That's a problem. I need to figure out where that's going. So reeve to the tomb, embrace. So everybody was adorned with opportunity. Just from the smell and color of the beverage.
Given the thick and hot mist steaming from her cup, Ganyu immediately recognized the type of tea.
Ganyu immediately recognized the type of tea. Oh, I swear to God. Why, I swear to God.
Given the thick and...
Just why, computer? Why do you do this to me? Why? Just why? Fucking bitch. Alright. Luckily it's not that much. Just from the smell... I was not looking. Just from the smell and color of the beverage. Like that. Control A, Control R. Just from the... Yep. Okay. Grab that. Control C. Control V. Just from the smell and color of the beverage.
her cup.
Just from the smell and color of the beverage.
Her cup.
Just from the smell and color of the beverage.
Ganyu immediately recognized the type of tea it was. Her cup.
That's gotta go. Yep, get that out.
Just from the smell and color of the beverage, Ganyu immediately recognized the type of tea it was.
Okay, stop. Pull that back about right there.
Beverage. Ganyu immediately recognized the type of tea it was.
That'd be a little bit more faster.
Just from the smell and color of the beverage, Ganyu immediately recognized the type of tea it was. Just from the smell and color of the beverage, Ganyu immediately recognized the type of tea it was.
That works.
It was an herbal tea that was consumed mainly during the morning hours to help awaken the mind of whoever consumed it. It had helped her in her occupation hundreds of times to stay sharp and focused. Just what she needed for the day ahead of her. Just what she needed for the day ahead. Just what she needed for the day ahead of her.
Alright, hang on. Hang on. We might have another clip here.
Ahead of her. Stay sharp and focused.
Just what she needed for the day ahead of her. Okay, so it's perfect. Okay, thank God.
Just what she needed for the day ahead of her. Seems to stay sharp and focused. Just what she needed for the day ahead of her. She took a careful sip to test the temperature, and was shocked to find that despite the massive
Okay, pull that back a little bit.
She took a careful sip to test the temperature, and was shocked to find that despite the amount and was shocked to find that despite the massive amount of steam raging from her teacup, it was a perfect temperature for anybody who regularly drank tea.
I'll go faster.
It was a perfect temperature for anybody who regularly drank tea.
Okay.
However, upon swallowing the amount she's drunk with caution, she was met with a sweet aftertaste that she'd never experienced before.
That's what she said.
She was met with a sweet aftertaste that she'd never experienced before. She could only guess that it was due to the tea having some other ingredient that was meant to give it extra flavor. Something she didn't dislike in the slightest.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Toma. No. Excuse me, Mr. Toma. She addressed.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Toma. She addressed, catching the recipient's attention instantly. Oh? What is it, Miss Ganyu? What kind of tea is this exactly? She questioned. It's nothing bad. I'm just curious. It's nothing bad. I'm just curious. Toma nodded in assurance, as if he wasn't surprised at the question. You aren't the first to ask that question, he answered. That is the Kamisato blend, a tea blend that has been passed down for centuries by the Kamisato family. The blend is a secret recipe that only Mr. and Miss Kamisato know of. They make it in secret and distribute it.
Oh, this line.
and distribute it throughout Inazuma. My God. And distribute it throughout Inazuma. Even I don't know how. And distribute it throughout Inazuma.
You piece of shit.
They make it in secret and distribute it throughout Inazuma. Even I don't know how. They make it in secret and distribute it throughout Inazuma. Even I don't know how. Even I don't know how it's made. Just know it.
Okay, that sounds like another cut. I just add that thing in there.
Even I don't know how it's made. Just know it's said to sharpen the senses of whoever drinks it. A perfect benefit for anybody who wields a weapon of some sort.
Okay.
Ganyu smiled, fascinated by the story behind her current beverage. I see. Thank you. I see. Thank you.
That sounds more natural.
I see. Thank you.
That's very
Tom-
quiet.
I see. Thank you.
Ooh, I may have to boost that. Two. Is that better?
I see. Thank you.
That's better.
Toma only nodded as Ganyu gripped her. Toma only nodded as Ganyu gripped her teacup and started for the front part of the estate.
Is that
Upon finding her way out,
explosive?
started for the front part of the estate.
No.
Upon finding her way outside, Ganyu was met. Upon finding her way outside, Ganyu was met with the sight of her beloved swinging.
Okay.
Upon finding her way outside, Ganyu was met with the sight of her beloved swinging her blade and performing attack patterns that she was familiar with. Ganyu didn't say anything and just watched as a spectator, taking slow and subtle sips of her.
Okay.
Ganyu didn't say anything and just watched as a spectator, taking slow and subtle sips of her tea every so often. She had been sitting for over 5 minutes before Kuching had noticed her beloved's presence. She had been sitting for over.
Oh, the insanity of voice acting.
She had been sitting.
Narration.
She had been sitting for over 5 minutes before Kuching had noticed her beloved's presence, to which she stopped to catch her breath. Oh, please don't stop just because I'm here, Kuching. Ganyu insisted, to which Kuching just smiled and shook her head. To which Kuching just smiled and shook her head. It's all right. No, that's Ganyu. It's all right. Kuching replied.
Stop.
It's all right. Kuching replied. I've been at this for a while. So, I think it's about time I took a break. Ganyu smiled in return, allowing her love to take a seat next to her on the steps. After seating herself next to Ganyu, Kuching worked to catch her breath, wiping away the beads of sweat slithering down her forehead. Good morning, Kuching said sweetly. Kuching said sweetly between breaths.
Hold it back.
Kuching said sweetly between breaths. I hope I didn't wake you when you got up.
When you got up?
I hope I didn't wake you when I got up. Oh. I hope I didn't wake you when I got up. Ganyu shook her head. Nope. I actually had a...
Oh, wow, that's really low.
Nope.
Control R.
Nope. I actually had a really peaceful dream and slept wonderfully. I need water. My throat's starting to get a little dry.
Okay, what is this?
Kuching smiled at that, meeting Ganyu's gaze. Good. Good. That makes me happy. Good. That makes me happy. She replied in a happy tone.
I like this one better.
Good. That makes me happy. Good. That makes me happy. She replied in a happy tone.
Pull that back.
She replied in a happy tone. What did you dream of? A fantasy that I wished was reality. Ganyu said softly. A peaceful life with you, atop Mount Akshong, and a beautiful sunset as the background. What? Oh, oops. Kuching blushed at the answer.
Pull it back.
Kuching blushed at the answer, entering with something that Ganyu wasn't expecting. Excuse me.
Okay, at least I got out of there.
Really? Really? That...
Oh shit.
Cause every pony lies, and every pony dies. Really? That's odd, because I had the same dream. Oh, this has me more surprised.
That is surprise, doofus.
Really? That's odd, because I had the same dream. Oh, this has me more surprised. Really? Huh. Really? Huh. That's odd, because I had the same dream. She answered.
First take is fine.
We're sitting on... She answered. We're sitting on the edge of Mount Aochang and talking, but I couldn't tell what was being said. That is definitely bizarre.
That is
definitely bizarre.
I try not to put too much exposition in these, but I think this is important to build the relationship.
But I couldn't tell what was being said.
Okay.
That is definitely bizarre. That is definitely bizarre.
Pull that back.
That is definitely bizarre. But I've heard that... Fuck me. Huh. That is definitely bizarre. But I've heard that lovers can have the same dream. Huh. That is definitely bizarre. But I've heard that lovers can have the same dream because they share the same bond. Ganyu explained. It would make sense, given how things are right now. But I really do wonder if that... But I really do wonder... Oh, for fuck's sake!
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Oh my god. But I really do wonder... But I really do wonder if that dream can become a reality someday. A warm But I really do wonder if that... But I really do wonder... But I really do wonder if that dream can become a reality someday. A warm touch embraced Ganyu's right hand. Her gaze meeting Kuching's own left... Her gaze meeting Kuching's own left, gently resting atop it upon investigating.
Okay, pull that back. Shut up.
Her gaze meeting Kuching's own left, gently resting atop it upon investigating. Her sight was... Her sight was shifted back to her loves, staring at her with an assuring expression. I swear to God. Staring at her with an assuring expression. It can. And it... Her with an assuring expression. I swear to God. Staring at her with an assuring expression. It can. And it can. And when this is all... And it...
Ah.
It can. And when this is all over, it will be our reality. She said comfortingly. But what if we don't survive the battle?
Oh.
But what if we don't survive the battle? Ganyu added.
Pull that back.
But what if we don't survive the battle? Ganyu added. If we don't stop the Tsaritsa in time, we will be in a fight on... We will be... If we don't stop the Tsaritsa...
Oh my god. Ah.
If we don't stop the Tsaritsa in time, we will be in a fight unlike anything we've ever faced, and victory will not be an easy feat. Therefore, we may die on the battlefield before we even get that chance. Kuching didn't flinch, only held the same expression upon her reply. If we end up If we end up fighting the Sarits...
Pull that back.
If we end up fighting the Sarits... I can't find my fucking place.
The struggle is real. Oh.
If we end up fighting the Tsaritsa and die in the battle, then that dream will be our... Then that dream will be our...
My God, me.
Then that dream will be our reality after death. Nothing will tear us apart. Not even the Tsaritsa. Not even the Tsaritsa. Ganyu smiled, leaning over to Kuching and... Not even the Tsaritsa. Ganyu smiled, leaning over to Kuching and... Leaning over...
Shut up.
Leaning...
Yep.
Leaning over to Kuching and giving her a soft kiss. I love you. Ganyu said Ganyu...
Oh my God, me. Can you say words? No, you can't say
Ganyu
words.
said softly. I love you too. Ganyu said softly. I love you too.
We gotta push that out a little bit more. We'll see. Something like that.
Said softly. I love you too. Kuching replied. Upon those final words,
Kuching replied.
Kuching replied. Upon those final words, the moment was interrupted by the voice of...
Okay, pull that back.
Replied. Upon those final words, the moment was interrupted by the voice of someone familiar. Oh God, what was Ayaka's voice like?
High, breathy, kind of, sort of. Basically a higher Ganyu.
Well, I hope I'm not interrupting anything. The voice of Ayaka spoke, causing Ganyu and Kuching to turn to the direction of where the voice had come from. Standing just outside of the training area was Kamisato Ayaka with a massive blush on her face, to which the two lovers addressed the situation with haste. Oh, don't worry. You're not. Oh, don't worry.
Don't even start.
Oh, don't worry. You're not. Kuching and... don't worry.
I think I like the first take better.
Oh, don't worry. You're not. Oh, don't worry. You're not.
Don't you even fucking start with that crap. Save project. Yeah, we're not playing that game.
Oh, don't worry. You're not.
That
Kuching
works.
answered.
That works.
We were just talking about some things. Ayaka folded her arms and giggled lightly, clearly aware that kissing didn't imply talking about some things. Regardless, she returned to her actual task at hand and started to explain. All right. Ow, that hurt.
Not sure what that was.
All right. Ow, that hurt. All right. All right. Ow, that hurt. All right. Anyway.
No, that needs a pitch. That needs a pitch. That's way too low. Let's see, we need... Not that. I need, pitch. It's pitch, yeah. Preview.
All right.
Nope. Cold in love, so far away.
All right.
Nope, too much. You can tell it's pitched. So, sweet dreams tonight.
All right.
That'll work. Not sure what I did. Maybe I popped my knuckles or something? I don't know.
All right.
Okay, hopefully that's okay.
All right. Anyway, I need you two to get ready. The Shogun wants to come.
The Shogun wants to come? Oh dear. Well, come.
The Shogun wants you to come to Tenchukaku for further details on the plan we arranged yesterday.
Alright.
Kuching and Ganyu agreed. God damn it. Kuching and Ganyu
Dear God almighty, me.
Kuching and Ganyu nodded in
Nope, too close. Hold that back about right there.
Kuching and Ganyu nodded in agreement, knowing it was time to get serious. Kuching. Understood. Let's meet back here in about a half hour. Then we'll all head to meet with the Raiden Shogun.
Okay, pull that back.
Understood. Let's meet back here in about a half hour. Then we'll all head to meet with the Raiden Shogun. Kuching assured. Sounds good. No. Sounds good. Ayaka replied. With that said, sounds good.
Yeah, that sounds more like on you.
Sounds good. Ayaka replied. With that said, Ganyu and Kuching got to their feet and headed back into the estate to prepare for what would be the fate of Inazuma. What could. With that...
What's this?
Ayaka replied.
Oh.
With that said, Ganyu and Kuching got to their feet and headed back into the estate to prepare for what could be the fate of Inazuma itself.
Okay.
Alright, break. I need a drink of water.
Alright, let's put this within a decent time frame. Okay, so we're about right here at 12:35. So let's go about to 12:43. So about right here somewhere. Damn.
Upon entering Tenchukaku, Ganyu, Kuching, and Ayaka were met with some unexpected guests. Kokomi, Kujosara, and Yaimiko standing with their backs to them before A's stage. Kokomi, Kujosara, and Yaimiko standing with their backs to them before A's stage. Their entry caught all three of the occupants' attention, turning to meet the gazes of Ayaka, Ganyu. Their entry caught all three of the occupants' attention.
Jesus.
Their entry caught all three of the occupants' attention, turning to meet the gazes of Ayaka, Ganyu, and Kuching shortly after stepping past the doorway.
Alright.
Kokomi was the biggest surprise. Kokomi was the biggest surprise, seeing she was the divine priestess of her own little empire. Leaving Watatsumi Island to come here was a risky move, but at the same time, both Ganyu and Kuching knew it was crucial for her to make that trip. Both Ganyu and Kuching knew it was critical for her to make...
Let's see.
Both Ganyu...
Not back.
But at the same time, both Ganyu and Kuching knew it was critical for her to make the trip. She needed to be completely aware of every single trip.
I gotta get that out. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem.
Trip. She needed to be completely aware of every single aspect of their plans to defend Inazuma and prepare for an all-out life or death battle for the fate of all of Teyvat. There was clear tension in the room, but grudges and past affairs didn't matter. There was clear tension in the room, but grudges and past affairs didn't matter right now. If they were going to protect Inazuma, they all had to work together despite the past. Good. You're all here. Kujo-Sara greeted in her usual tone. Now? Kujo-Sara greeted in her usual tone. Now, we can get started. She turned her gaze to A, said Archon, nodding her head as a green light to continue with the proceedings. Okay, Raiden. Very well. Very well. A stated. Okay. Very well. A stated, standing up from her throne and continuing to speak.
Nope, that's
Thank
gonna
you
get
all
caught.
for coming. Despite our past
Shut that up.
continuing to speak. Thank you all for coming. Despite our past conflicts, no. Thank you all for coming. Despite our past conflicts. Thank you all for coming. Despite our past conflicts. As you are all aware, Inazuma and the entirety of Teyvat is in danger of absolute annihilation by the Tsaritsa. One Archon, Morax, has already been taken to be used as a power source for our main foe that can exist among us without a hint of detection. That means that we may already have enemies among our society, and that means that we must find a way to snuff them out. Detection. That means...
Nope, too close. I was back. About right there, I'd say.
hint of detection. That means that we may already have enemies among our society, and that means that we must find a way to snuff them out. I've already devised a solution to enter... No.
Oh, well, if that's the case, then I'm just gonna do this. Pull it back.
Snuff them out. I've already devised a solution to prevent any others from escaping.
Hold that back.
I've already devised a solution to prevent any others from escaping or entering by putting all of Inazuma under a practical quarantine. I've already put an electro barrier over all of Inazuma and have locked our enemies in, preventing them from going anywhere. However, I plan to use a similar tactic in hope of easily stopping these machines before they can act. Using a fake ruse, I will gather all of Narukami Island's people into one area and summon a storm within another barrier. Just as I did to prevent any foreigners from entering during the... Just as I did to prevent any foreigners from entering during the... Just as I... lost my place. Just as... My God, where is it? Just as I did to prevent any foreigners from entering during the Vision Hunt Decree's duration. The rain will exploit the enemy and stop them dead in their tracks, seeing, even though they possess godly strength and abilities, they're still susceptible to water. Kuching. But what would gather an entire island's population
Pull that back.
susceptible to water? But what would gather an entire island's population into one place? Kuching inquired. More importantly, how can you be sure that all of the citizens would show up? More importantly,
That's fine.
how can you be sure that all of the citizens would show up? Yai. That is where you come in. Yai intervened. That is where you come in. Yai intervened. A and I discussed this throughout the night, and realized the same exact factor you just mentioned. However,
Pull that back. I need to zoom in a little bit.
A and I discussed this throughout the night, and realized the same
No. Okay, I gotta get that out. Yai's fun to voice, man. She's such an asshole, but a fun asshole.
A and I discussed this throughout the night, and realized the same exact factor you just mentioned. However, we also came up with an answer to it, and it involves you two, seeing you know the most about these things and how to fight them. Exactly. A chimed back in. The plan is for all of us to be separated into 2 groups. Yeah, that's right. Yai, myself.
Sounds this. Bring this forward.
It into 2 groups. Yai, myself, and...
More space. Alright, there I'd say.
Into 2 groups. Yai, myself, and Kujo-Sara will remain in the gathering area, while you 2 and Miss Kamisato remain within the city. Your task will be to check for any people who stayed behind, and to move them out into the rain. And what if nothing happens? Kuchin questioned. Allow them to return to their residence peacefully. Allow them to return to their residence peacefully. A answered. A tinge of fear pinged.
Okay, pull that back.
Allow them to return to their residence peacefully. A answered. A tinge of fear pinged Ganyu and Kuching's hearts at the plan.
Pull that back.
A tinge of fear pinged Ganyu and Kuching's hearts at the plan. Facing the very thing that traumatized them that night was the worst task they... Facing the very thing that traumatized them that night was the worst task they could have ever been... Was the worst task...
Okay. What the fuck was that all about?
Facing the very thing that traumatized them that night. Facing the very thing that traumatized them that night was the worst task they could have ever...
Something like that. Oh, shit.
You and Kuching's hearts at the plan. Facing the very thing that traumatized them that night was the worst task they could have ever been assigned.
Oh, for God's sakes. Get that out.
Them that night was the worst task they could have ever been assigned. But after a moment of thought, realized this wouldn't be the last time they'd be assigned this task. It was inevitable. In the end, they'd have to fight the Sarita's creations hundreds to thousands of times. A thought that solidified the final decision on the matter. All right, I'm in agreement.
Get that out. It's back.
On the matter. All right.
Oh, too close. All right, there I'd say.
All right, I'm in agreement. All right, I'm in agreement. All right, I'm in agreement. All right, I'm in agreement.
Pull it back.
Kuching agreed with confidence. As am I. Ganyu followed, having come to the same conclusion in her mind. I am too, Your Grace. Oh, not Ganyu. I am too, Your Grace. Ayaka confirmed with a bow.
Pull that back.
I am too, Your Grace. Ayaka confirmed with a bow.
Simp.
Suddenly, upon remembering a very critical aspect of fighting the
Get that out. Otherwise that's gonna get caught.
a bow. Suddenly, upon remembering a very critical aspect of fighting the Sarita's androids, Ganyu quickly added to the mix. Oh god. One thing that you all should be aware of, shall you need to defend yourselves, is that you cannot fight these things with any elemental energy that is manifested through the use of a vision or a god's energy. No, that is not Ganyu. One thing that you all should be aware...
Okay. Really? Come on. Okay, which... Here?
Oh god.
Yep. If you're wondering why I said, oh god, it's because Ganyu is such a breathy voice. You've run out of breath and fast.
Oh! One thing that you all should be aware of, shall you need to defend yourselves, is that you cannot fight these things with elemental energy that is manifested through the use of a vision or a god's energy. You must fight them.
Stop for a minute. I think it's a little too high.
Or a god's energy. You must fight them with natural elements or brute strength. Otherwise, they will absorb the energy and use it to enhance their strength and abilities. Gasps. Gasps. Gasps.
Yeah, that's fun.
Gasps emitted from Yai, A, Sara, Ayaka, and Kokomi. Now aware that this battle wouldn't be an easy feat, shall push come to shove. Yai. Well, that certainly won't be... No. Well, that certainly won't...
I love voicing this bitch. Ah, she's fun.
Now aware.
Ah.
Well, that certainly won't be easy, seeing most people capable of combat rely on elemental power to fight. Yai commented. It seems the Tsaritsa really put a lot of thought into her plan by creating machines that can only be stopped by natural elemental power, or visible... Oh my god, why can I not breathe?
Okay, there we start.
Huh, it seems the Tsaritsa...
Okay, it seems the Tsaritsa. Right here?
It seems the...
Yeah.
Huh, it seems the Tsaritsa really put a lot of thought into her plan by creating machines that can only be stopped by natural elemental power, or physical combat. Therefore...
Hold that back.
Or physical combat. Therefore, I have a suggestion regarding Miss Ganyu's statement.
Hold that back.
Combat. Therefore, I have a suggestion regarding Miss Ganyu's statement. What do you have in mind, Miko? What do you have in mind, Miko? I questioned.
Yeah, that's more Raiden.
A questioned.
Wait, what?
What do you have in mind, Miko? I questioned.
I question. I? No. That's what some people do call her, though. It's A.
A questioned. All vision bearers should confiscate their respective visions prior to the mission. That way, we have no risk of empowering those pawns. Nobody liked that idea, but it wasn't for forever, and Yai was right. No risk was better than another potential Leeway Harbor disaster, and the risk of casualties was much less likely. To support Yai's suggestion, Ganyu and Kuching added their own thoughts. She's right. No, she's right. Kuching started.
Pull it back.
She's right. Kuching started. It's best to not risk anybody's life. Or worse, all of Inazuma. Oh, this is Ganyu. I've witnessed how destructive the...
Hold that back.
I've witnessed how destructive these things are when enhanced by elemental energy, and I can tell you that it's beyond the ability of any god in this world. Ganyu added, it will only be temporary, and it's the best solution to avoid another destruction of a nation. And it's the best solution to avoid another destruction of a nation.
Hold that back.
And it's the best solution to avoid another destruction of a nation.
Okay.
Silence followed, but after a long minute of thought, everyone... Silence followed, but after a long minute of thought, everyone, excluding A and Yai, nodded in agreement. I can handle these things without my vision just fine. Ayaka stated.
It's like a breathier Twilight, almost. Alright, let's restart this video, because I need something in the background.
I can handle these things without my vision just fine, Ayaka stated. I was trained all my life for things such as this, and I will not fail to defend the people of Inazuma and Teyvat. And I will not fail to defend the people of Inazuma and Teyvat. Her voice was stoic. Her voice was calm and stoic, showing her sincerity in the current. Her voice was calm and stoic, showing her sincerity in the current situation. There was no doubting that when it came to her There was no doubting that when it came to the fight, There was no doubting that when it came to the fight, she'd fight until her last breath. I will guard the Shogun with all of my might, Sara declared. Vision or no vision.
Oh. The ground. Okay, I didn't realize I spoke to the Raven 14 minutes ago. Yeah.
Sara declared. Vision or no vision. Yai. While being devoid of my vision will be an odd sensation. I haven't survived centuries as a kitsune by luck. Yai added. I was around during Inazuma's darkest days, and just as I fought for it then, I shall fight for it again.
Right there.
And just as I fought for it then, I shall fight for it again. My vision has never been my main source of strength, Kokomi added.
I think I need to pitch that a little bit. Save.
My vision has never been my main...
Yeah, I think that needs to go up a little bit. That sounds too much like Ayaka. Let's see if that might work.
My vision has never been my main source of strength.
Sure.
Kokomi added. As the divine priestess of Watatsumi Island, my strength has always come from my knowledge as a strategist, and my people's will to survive. Despite the past, I will do all I can to rid our land of these monsters. Everyone was in agreement. Therefore, A moved forward with the next part of her scheme. Thank you for sacrificing a very dear part of yourselves for the good of Inazuma. Your sincerity will not be forgotten. Everyone nodded in thanks, to which A moved on with the proceedings.
Stop.
Everyone nodded in thanks, to which A moved on with the proceedings.
Okay.
Now, onto what we will need to prepare for this oncoming storm. First, we must increase the security of Narukami Island to make sure that no one leaves before we can initiate the plan. It is critical that no potential threats escape.
Pull that back.
The plan. It is critical that no potential threats escape. Otherwise, that could bring the Tsuritsa right to our shores. To prevent this, I will assign all of the shogunate's soldiers to posts all around our... I will assign all of the shogunate's soldiers... That's really hard. Prevent this, I will assign all of the shogunate's soldiers... That's really hard to say. I will assign all of the shogunate soldiers to posts all around Narukami Island to assure we have eyes near every possible escape route. I have already discussed this with Kujo-Sara, and as soon as this meeting is adjourned, She will proceed to lead her fellow soldiers to the assigned areas. However, and as soon as this meeting is adjourned, meeting is adjourned, she will proceed to lead her fellow soldiers to the assigned areas. However, we will need eyes from afar as well, and that's where Miss Kokomi's
Some of these freaking lines were really tricky to say.
afar as well, and that's where Miss Kokomi's army will be posted out on the waters within the island's borders. They have been provided with flares to alert any of the shogunate within sight of suspicious activity, and from there we'll detain the suspect, and from there we'll detain the suspect and be brought here for further, and from there we'll detain the suspect and be brought here for further questioning.
Pull it back.
Suspect and be brought here for further questioning. Next, I will lead. Fucking mouth noise, I hate you. Next, I will lead all of Narukami.
Pull that back.
Next, I will lead all of Narukami Island citizens to a place that will I will lead all of.
Twice from a survey, but it's too late. Yeah, sometimes that does happen.
I will lead all of Narukami Island citizens to a place that I will disguise. Next, I will lead all of Narukami Island citizens to a place that will.
My God.
I will lead.
Oh, we need next.
Next, I will lead all of Narukami Island citizens to a place that I will disguise as the location of a festival with free entry. Once they are all gathered, I will enclose the entire island in a dome, preventing anyone from leaving. After that, I will manifest the storm and subdue any imposters with the downpour, while on the other side, Miss Ganyu, Kuching, and Kamisato will search for and exploit any absent citizens. As for Miss Kokomi herself, I've tasked her with devising traps near any other potential exits. They will be used to slow down any potential threats that are all safe from... These will be used to slow down any potential threats that are all safe from These.
Come on. Fuck me.
They will...
Okay. Well, apparently we got a fuck up already, so...
These will be used to slow down any potential threats, and are all safe from causing any harm to any non-enemy victims that may get caught. They will be disguised as decoration for the fake festival, and will not be easy to detect. I've witnessed Miss Kokomi's skills firsthand, so I am confident that
This is what I wish Kokomi's, story was. So we could see just how good of a strategist she was.
I've witnessed Miss Kokomi's skills firsthand, so I am confident that she can construct competent obstacles for our...
Competent.
So I am confident that she can construct competent... That's really hard to say. So I am confident that she can construct competent obstacles for our enemies that may not take the bait. So I am confident that she can construct competent obstacles for our enemies that may not take the bait.
Can I...
Construct competent...
Let me see if I can get that a little closer. That sounds choppy as shit.
Competent obstacles for our enemies that may not take the bait.
Better.
You have my word, Kokomi stated. I will assure nobody gets hurt in this mission. I responded with a nod. As for Miko, she will be...
Pull that back.
As for Miko, she will be tasked with protecting all of the citizens on our side, shall anything go awry. Even without a vision, Miko has abilities that can suffice as a proper defense. Shall she need to protect anyone? This plan is set to occur within a few days, so please... Shall she need to protect anyone? This plan is set to occur within a few days, so please take time to prepare yourselves. I will send a messenger if anything happens before then, but for now, I ask that all of you do your best to stay safe. This meeting is adjourned, unless anyone has any questions. No one spoke or moved an inch, closing the meeting and starting the build-up to one of the most important operations that Ina... Closing the meeting...
I don't know where I cut it. But I can see a fuck up. Or, it's not a fuck up, I was mad.
No one spoke or moved...
Ah, I redid the entire thing.
No one spoke or moved an inch, closing the meeting and starting the build-up to one of the most important operations that Inazuma had ever experienced. There was no room for failure, and everyone present knew it. In 3 days, all hell would break loose, and the fate of Inazuma would be determined. Everyone's nerves were in a chaotic frenzy as they exited Tenshukaku and went their separate ways to prepare for the potential end of the Land of Eternity.
I heard one plosive.
Prepare for the potential end of... To prepare.
Yep, that's a bit of a plosive. Hopefully my voices are okay. I mean, it's hard to do some of these. Let's see, I need to do the Tilhar. As long as I get the point across, that's all I care about. Tell me, don't mean shit.
To prepare for the potential... To prepare for the potential end of the Land of Eternity.
Alright. So that is good to go. Alright. Chapter 21. Clean. Save. That's all I hope, is that it's entertaining and that the voices get through. Cause Raiden I can only like make into like almost kind of like an angry voice. Like, shine down. Miko, go get me Dongo milk from the stand. And don't come back until you have it. You know, something like that. I don't know. Story is going in a somewhat interesting direction, though. Oh, fuck me. Really? Wait, which Bronya? The Honkai Star Rail version. Okay, I don't know why you're making a Bronya guide this late, dude. Ugh, it's my foot. It's just my foot. Don't worry. I'll be okay. It's not the end of the world. I need to delete something from my drive. I'm gonna have to do this. I knew that wouldn't take that long. What's the next chapter? Isn't it a longer one? What comes next? It's the Mondstadt one, right? Pretty sure it is. Alright. can get rid of this, I guess. Which story is this?
Hopefully the game nozzle's good to go. The Demonis loved the stallion.
Yep, this has been released. I can delete this. My god, where is the delete button, people? Remove. Okay, I know there's a remove button because I've done this several times. Oh my god, am I just blind or something? Recent. Same. I don't need this anymore. Yeah, didn't I release Reborn? Yes, I did, so I don't need it anymore. Where is the remove button? Oh my god, am I just blind as a bat? Remove. Remove. I have to make some room. Okay, that should be good. That should be enough space capacity. Oops, that's not what I want to do. I want to go to the home page. No, that's not right. No, that's not right. Oh, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I forgot. You have to do this first. Where's the select all button? There's a select all button. I know there is. I've done it several times. Yes. Okay, now let's see where we're sitting in space capacity. That's not true. $13.89. Okay, I can do that now. You'll understand what I mean. Okay. Okay, so let's go to Google Drive now. Upload this file real quick. Because I don't want to remove the raw files. Because just in case something does happen, I have the old file and I can get everything that I need. Okay, let's see. We need what am I doing? Oh, uploading. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. Oh, it's only when I lift it. Oh my god. Like, you gotta understand, this feels like I dropped a rock on my foot. And broke my toe, and yeah, it didn't heal right. Chapter 21. Yep. I imagine this ain't gonna take much space. However, the upcoming chapters might. Okay. Okay, now that that's uploaded to Drive, now I can do the next chapter. Okay, import audio. Okay, let's go. T. Oh my god. Chapter 22. Hopefully everything just went correct. Like, basically what happened to me is my kidneys couldn't flow a certain acid through. It's called ulric acid, and it flowed. There was too much of it for my kidneys to like flow through my body, like to my, bladder. So what happened was it circulated somewhere else, and that place just happened to be my big toe, and it just stacked up around the joint, and now, yeah. It hardens and turns into like these little teensy little shards. So yeah, it's like having a thorn bush in your freaking foot. With an immense amount of pain on top of it. Luckily, it's not as bad as it was. Not even flipping close. Still not fun. It's horrible. What's this chapter? 22 was what? Isn't this the storm? No, this is the Mondstadt chapter. Okay. I wanted to be absolutely sure. All right. Let's do this. Get to the 6-second mark first. Right there. The trip back to Mondstadt had been turbulent and anxious. All right, I need to go get a drink real quick. BRB. Okay, yeah, that's gone. Okay. Just gotta be careful with the toe. Oh, God. Alright. The trip back to Mondstadt had been turbulent and anxious for Yelan, currently enjoying a cup of tea in Beto's private quarters. It was nothing more than a long room with a queen. Okay. Let's save. Currently enjoying a cup of tea in Beto's private quarters. It was nothing more than a long room with a queen-size bed, blanketed. Bleh. It was nothing more than a long room with a queen-size bed, blanketed with crimson red sheets made of fine fabric that was far. Pull that back. It was nothing more than a long room with a queen-size bed, blanketed with crimson sheets. Queen-size bed, blanketed with queen-size bed. About right there, maybe. Size bed, blanketed with crimson red sheet. Size bed. Get that out. Size bed, blanketed with crimson red sheets made of fine. Size bed.
bed, blanketed with crimson-red sheets made of fine fabric that was far from cheap, and a bedside table that housed only one lone object atop its structure. It was nothing more than a long room with a queen-size bed, blanketed with crimson-red sheets made of fine fabric that was far from cheap, and a bedside table that housed only one lone object atop its structure. That one thing was... God damn it. That one thing was a picture of her crew.
Okay.
Object atop its structure. That one thing...
Nope, too fast. About right here-ish.
Atop its structure. That one thing was a picture of her crew and best friend Ningguang, huddled together at a banquet, drunk as hell. That had been one of Beto's most...
Stop.
As hell. That had been one of Beto's most treasured memories, having very little recollection of that night from the moment she poured herself having very little recollection of that night.
Having very little recollection.
Having very little recollection of that night from the moment she'd poured herself a third pint of rum. A fine one that had aged for over 2 centuries before the cork had... Pint of rum. A fine one that had aged for over 2 centuries before the cork had been released from its bottleneck prison. It had been too good of a pristine alcohol to not go back for at least a third serving. However, that had been all it had taken to dilute every fiber of her senses to nothing but a... However, that had been all...
It is an overflow, but it doesn't scare me.
However, that had been all it had taken to dilute every fiber of her senses to nothing but a drunken mess. However, she hadn't been the only victim to drunkenness, Ningguang having faltered as well, but with a stronger alcohol tolerance, had managed to remain somewhat...
Okay, bring that out just a little bit more.
But with a stronger alcohol tolerance, had managed to remain
Okay. Hello, world, and you had maybe I'm better off.
faltered as well, but with a stronger alcohol tolerance, had managed to remain having faltered as well, but with a stronger alcohol tolerance, had managed to remain somewhat sensible for the sake of her role as the Tianquan of Liwa.
Li Wei.
What the fuck? Had managed... with a stronger alcohol tolerance, had managed to remain somewhat sensible for the sake of her role as the Tianquan of Liwei. It was a carefree night of laughs, embarrassment, and memories that wouldn't be forgotten so easily. Just looking at the picture destroyed Beto emotionally, but for Yelan's sake, had kept herself composed to accompany her friend and comrade. We should be arriving soon. We should be arriving soon. We should be arriving soon. Beto said. We'll have to dock near Falcon Coast, seeing it's best not to endanger your safety by having to travel through Whispering Woods. I appreciate that, but you don't need to worry about my safety, Yelan assured. A few hilly trolls are nothing I can't handle. Not even the snow which we share as a common enemy could stop me the night everything... Not even the snow which we share as a common enemy... Not even the snow which we share as a common enemy could stop me the night everything went south. So, it'll take more than a hilly troll to kill me. Believe me, I know. but... well... You're one of the only friends I have left. And I'd rather...
Pull that back.
Well... You're one of the only friends I have left. And I'd rather not lose anyone else right now. Yelan...
Okay, hang on. We gotta kind of put this together a little better.
Believe me, I know, but... well...
Yeah, give that some more room.
I know, but... well... You're one of the only friends I have left. And I'd rather not lose anyone else right now. Yelan felt a ping in her heart.
Okay, pull that back.
Yelan felt a ping in her heart, realizing that she'd not taken Beto's feelings into account. Therefore, she quickly added to make up... Therefore...
Pull that back.
Therefore, she quickly acted to make up for her unintended carelessness. I'm sorry, Captain Beto.
Oh. The O is in there. Okay. Control V. Oh, I appreciate your worry about me as well. That like you're actually what's what I'm looking for? Concern. I appreciate the concern. Because yeah, this ain't fun because it's oh ew. What the fuck? I think I know what that is, but be right back. A root beer can blow up before. So I'm like, ah, that looks like soda pop. Alright, everything's fine. My soda pop can had like some sticky stuff around the rim and it's just hardened soda pop. Probably the syrup that they put in it. Alright, anyways.
Ended carelessness. I'm sorry, Captain Beto. She apologized.
That can go bye-bye.
I'm sorry, Captain Beto.
Pull that back.
Carelessness.
I'll go faster.
I'm sorry, Captain Beto. She apologized. I didn't.
Oh wow.
She apologized. I didn't realize. Beto waved off the words with a Beto waved off the words with a wave of her left hand. Right. Fuck me.
About right here somewhere.
Beto waved off the words with a wave of her right hand, assuring Yelan she knew she hadn't meant any ill intent. It's all right. No.
That's Dash.
Assuring Yelan she knew she hadn't meant any ill intent. It's all right. No. It's all right. Don't worry about it. Beto assured.
Pull it back.
It's all right. Don't worry about it. Beto assured. I've just been... I've just been so afraid of losing someone else to those bastards since the day I found out the horrid truth of our current reality. It was like my heart had been stabbed over 100 times, and I don't want to feel that aching pain again. She paused briefly.
Pulls back.
Feel that aching pain again. She paused briefly, sighing heavily before speaking again. Can I make just one request of you, Miss Yelan? Can I make just one request? Can I make just one request of you, Miss Yelan? Can I make just one request of you, Miss Yelan? Yelan's curiosity spiked.
Stop.
Yelan's curiosity spiked, averting her gaze from her
Jesus Christ.
Averting her gaze from her reflection in her tea to Beto's. What is it? Yelan answered. Beto sighed again. No. No matter what. No matter how bleak things may seem.
Pull that back.
No matter what. No matter how bleak things may seem.
There's more space there. See if that might work.
No matter what. No matter how...
Nope, needs to be more space still.
No matter what. No matter how bleak things may seem. You will do your best to stay alive. This goes for Kuching and Ganyu as well. Yelan gasped at the request, but she understood exactly why Beto had asked her this. She was hurting, and was scared to death of being alone in her current world. And was scared to death of being...
Yeah, that would be scary.
She was hurting, and was scared to death of being alone.
See if that might work.
She was hurting, and was scared to death of being...
It goes something like this.
And was scared to death of being alone in their... She was hurting, and was scared to death of being alone in their current world. A realization that made Yelan's heart drop in sadness. However, she held her emotions and nodded her head in assurance. However, she held her emotions in sadness. However, she held her emotions and nodded her head in assurance.
Another knuckle pop.
Okay. No. Okay. I promise to hold your request. Okay. I promise to hold your request to the moment I inevitably stop breathing. You have my word. As much as Ganyu and Kuching's as well. Beto nodded, her expression holding a look of seriousness and trust. Upon the agreement being solidified, A sudden eruption from above deck broke the still rhythm of the wave. A sudden eruption. A sudden eruption from above deck broke the still rhythm of the waves, leading the Alcor to Falcon Coast. A sudden exclamation that immediately drove Yelan and Beto into action. Oh, God. I'm gonna turn that down.
Smoke in the distance! All hands on deck immediately! Smoke in the distance! All hands on deck immediately! Okay. That would sound like muffled, but that'll be in post. The next step of editing. Let's go +2. Smoke in the distance! All hands on deck immediately! Hopefully that sounds okay. I don't know. We'll get her.
Smoke. Smoke. That one word was enough. That one word was enough to... Smoke. That one word was enough to send Beto and Yelan to the top deck without hesitation. It was something they had wished to not even have heard, because smoke meant only one thing. Fire. Because smoke meant only one thing. Fire. Upon meeting the main deck, Beto quickly addressed the situation.
Hello, Harry.
But upon looking out, she was met with a massive plume. Because smoke meant only one... Upon meeting the main deck, Beto quickly addressed the situation. But upon looking out, she was met with a massive plume of visible smoke. Yelan saw it too, and froze in horror at the realization that it was coming from the direction of Mondstadt. No. Yelan's words were not... Yelan's...
Excuse me.
Yelan's words were only a whisper as Beto started her duty as a captain.
Alright. Another shout. Full speed ahead! Everyone to your positions, now! Full speed ahead! Everyone to your positions, now! That'd be like instant. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead! Everyone to your positions, now! Yeah, that works.
She commanded.
I'd have to probably boost it a little bit. Full speed ahead! Everyone to your positions, now! Okay. Full speed ahead! Everyone to your positions! Full speed ahead! Everyone to your positions, now! That's good. Sound effects and everything are going to come in play and all
She
that
commanded. Every crewmate moved.
Alright. Frickin' heck, it's hot in here. Alright.
Every crewmate moved immediately, rushing to their positions and acting as fast as possible. It wasn't long before the ship had clearly... It wasn't long before the ship had clearly begun to travel faster. Falcon Coast coming into...
Oops.
It wasn't long before the ship had clearly begun to travel faster. Falcon Coast coming into eyeshot in no time. However, that still wasn't fast enough for Yelan, knowing for a fact that the smoke wasn't the result of a forced fire. Mondstadt was under attack and at risk of becoming another Leeway harbor. She couldn't wait for the ship to dock. Lives were at risk. Therefore, it wasn't... Fire. Mondstadt was under attack to dock.
Yeah, I gotta get that out. Something like that.
Dock. Lives were at risk. Therefore, as soon as the ship was within distance of what her stamina could handle, she immediately took action. I'm sorry, Captain Beto, but I can't wait any longer, she stated anxiously. You get the ship docked. I need to save who I can. Dock.
I heard something. What was that? That's what I wanted.
You get the ship docked. I need to save who I can. Yelan! No. Yelan, wait!
Okay. That needs to go down. Fi -2. That should be good. Come on. About right there-ish.
Save who I can. Yelan, wait! Let me turn that down.
Oh.
Yelan, wait! Yelan, wait!
No, not 4, not 4.
Yelan, wait! Yelan, wait!
That could be higher.
Yelan, wait!
That'll work. We can always play with the volume in other post editing. So.
Yelan didn't hear her, and with no further word, ran to the east side of the deck and jumped over the side. Beto saw it out of the corner of her eye, but didn't give chase. She had a ship to command, and she knew Yelan was no fool or pushover. She gritted her teeth at the truth of the matter, but knew she needed to focus right now. Therefore, she continued to command the ship while Yelan went ahead. You best stay... While Yelan went on ahead. You best damn stay alive. No, you damn best stay alive. You damn best stay alive. Beto said to herself, following with...
Hello, Charlotte?
Following with her moving to the...
God, Lord Almighty.
Beto said to herself.
Okay, so that's a cuss. What do we got here?
Following with her moving to steer the ship to Falcon Coast safely.
Okay.
On the other end of the situation, Yelan had already found herself to the shores of the...
Let me just double check to make sure this isn't anything.
Beto said to herself, following with her moving to steer the ship to Falcon Coast safely. On the other end of the situation, Yelan had already found herself to the shores of the coast, and with no thought or moment, and with no Mondstadt.
Oh, for
she
fuck's
followed
sake.
the main...
Here we go again.
And with no Mondstadt.
And with no more... Okay. Smoking the distance.
And with no
And with no thought or moment of rest. Okay. I'm gonna have to record this shit. Because Audacity likes to just make my life hell, I guess. I swear. It's fine. Okay, gotta go here again. Where's my water? My very small portion of water. Hopefully. Nothing. Alright. Alright, there I'd say. And with no thought or moment of rest, ran off in the direction of Mondstadt. Okay. Control A, Control R. Control C. Whew, it's hot in here. And, okay. So I need to get that. Control B. Hopefully that's right. Thought or moment. And with no... Aha! Okay. Pull that back. And with no thought or moment of rest, ran off in the direction of Mondstadt. She followed the main trail past the beach, the nearby statue of the Seven. Okay. Control C. Control V. Let's see if this might work. Mondstadt. She followed the main trail past the beach, the nearby statue of the Seven, and onto the main dirt roads that led to the bridge that led to Mondstadt's gateway. In her heart, she prayed that she wasn't too... In her heart, she prayed that she wasn't too late. Delete. Alright, let's save. Just to be safe. In her heart, she prayed that she wasn't too late. But the closer she got, the more her hopes started to sink into the pit of her stomach. It was just like the aftermath of Leeway Harbor. A thick mist of white smoke that came from the smoldering debris that was still burning. It was haunting and sickening, and upon meeting and crossing the bridge, the truth came to light with an agonizing pain and hurt more than Oh, God, I hate this job sometimes. The truth came to light with an agonizing pain that hurt more than any wound she'd ever been dealt. She was too late. Alright. She was too late. No, she was too late. She was too late. The city was littered with ash, scorched homes, and establishments. No. The city was littered with ash, scorched homes and establishments, and an ungodly number of charred... The city was littered with ash, scorched homes and establishments, and an ungodly number of charred and blood-stained corpses. The damage was already done, and whoever had caused it was long gone. The sight before Yelan sent her to her knees, crying and cursing to the wind. Women, men, and children, all dead and left to burn in what remained of Mondstadt's ruins. She pounded her fists on the ground and screamed in agony, up until she heard a sound. A cry for help. Okay, that'd be like a sound effect. It was distant, but Yelan didn't care, getting to her feet and calling out for whoever she had heard. Oh. Hello? There we go. It heard. Hello? 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 There we go. That'll work. She cried out. She
She cried out, hoping the voice she had heard wasn't just a figment of her imagination. It was silent for a few seconds, but then something broke through. The voice of a woman coming from within one of the nearby buildings. Yelan moved fast, shuffling through the rubble, blocking the... Okay. Yelan moved fast, shuffling through the rubble, blocking the door, and moving inside to the site of more toppled... debris. She used every bit of her strength to remove the litter from the floor, eventually finding the lady who had called out to her. She was horribly burned and covered in cuts and soot, leading Yelan to assure the victim that help was on the way. Don't move, ma'am. Don't move, ma'am. There we go. Don't move, ma'am. She directed. You're in bad shape and need medical assistance. She grunted and hyperventilated from her injuries as Yelan worked quickly to make the... Oh, is this when I accidentally bumped the cord? As Yelan... Oh, I just got mad. That was just me getting mad. As Yelan worked quickly to make... As Yelan worked quickly to get... I was getting mad. Oh, man. Sometimes there's just lines like that. As Yelan worked quickly to make room to get her out of the building. Until then, Yelan decided to comfort the victim and hopefully get some information. Can you tell me your name? Can you tell me your name? No. Can you tell me your name? That's Yelan asked. Can you tell me your name? Yelan asked, not wanting to be too pushy or forceful. It took a lot of strength, but eventually she did get a response. Okay. Marjorie. All right. Trophy. Get a response. Marjorie. Her voice was nothing more than... Okay, bring that back again. Marjorie. Her voice was nothing more than a raspy whisper, further clarifying that she needed to get her out of... I'm gonna just keep it the way it is. Maybe go something like that. Marjorie. Her voice was nothing more than a raspy whisper, further clarifying that she needed to get her out of there. All right, Marjorie. I'm Yelan, and I'm here to get you out of here. Therefore, I'm going to need you to do your best to work with me so I can get you out. Pull that back. Out of here. Therefore, I'm going to need you to do your best to work with me so I can get you out. Are any of your bones broken? Pull that back. Are any of your bones broken? My leg. Upon that response and confirmation, Yelan worked to analyze her legs, quickly finding the broken one Bring that back. Upon that response and confirmation, Yelan worked to analyze her legs, quickly finding the broken one upon seeing that her left ankle had a compound fracture. Luckily, she had seen a handful of these in her years as an agent of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, so she'd be able to lift and get Marjorie out to safety without hurting her. All right, Marjorie. This is gonna hurt, but I need you to toughen through the pain. I need to get you out of this place before it collapses. Pull that back. Marjorie didn't like the idea, but knew Yelan was right. Therefore, she slowly nodded her head and braced herself for impact. With as much gentle care as she could, Yelan put her arms under Marjorie and carefully started and carefully started to lift her from the ground. Upon the slightest movement, Marjorie immediately started to squirm and utter exclamations of pain from behind her gritted teeth. Yelan just did her best to ignore the sounds, making careful haste of evacuating the building, back out into the open air of what used to be Mondstadt City. Once she was outside and safe from any further danger, she placed Marjorie down slowly and began to perform first aid.
Okay, bring that back.
She placed Marjorie down slowly and began to perform first aid on her most major injury.
No. About right there.
Down slowly and began to perform first aid on her most major injury. A jagged fragment of her tibia was sticking out of her right leg.
I need some more space.
A jagged fragment of her tibia was sticking out of her right leg, and upon further examination, found that her right knee was dislocated as well. Yelan guessed that she had been standing when she was buried by the debris and had fallen wrongly, causing this trauma to occur in the collapse.
I think I got it. Oh yeah, I got it. Hold that back.
Causing this trauma to occur in the collapse. She couldn't just leave these two injuries without first aid, so she worked.
Okay, bring that back.
She couldn't just leave these two injuries without first aid, so she worked quickly to find some ways to temporarily treat the injuries. The first order of business was getting the compound fracture wrapped tight to prevent infection or further damage. Therefore, seeing she had nothing but her weapon and clothes on her, she stripped herself of her top, planning to use it as a bandage.
Yeah, my mouth was like making a lot of noise that day.
To avoid anything bacterial getting into the opening of the wound, Yelan turned her attire inside out, and prepared to wrap it tight around Marjorie's leg. This is gonna hurt like crazy, but I need you to stay as still as possible, she warned.
Okay, can I get that out? Yeah, I can. The hell was that noise? I don't know.
This is gonna hurt like crazy, but I need you to stay as still as possible, she warned, holding a stern look.
Hang on. About right here.
As still as possible, she warned, holding a stern look. I'll try my hardest, Marjorie replied shakily. All right. Take a deep breath. And find yourself a happy place in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, that's gonna be decreased a lot in post.
Upon the last command, Yelan started to wrap the injury tightly, causing Marjorie to tense up hard and grunt in pain. Her eyes were shut tight, and her teeth were gritted so hard that it showed just how much agony she was enduring with every individual wrap of Yelan's attire. She wrapped it 3 times. She wrapped it 3 times, then finished by tying the ends into a double knot, making sure it was sturdy enough and that it wouldn't come loose.
Did I retake that?
Making sure
Okay, I did.
making sure it was sturdy enough and that it wouldn't come loose. However,
Oh, excuse me.
However, Marjorie's hell wasn't over yet. Marjorie's hell wasn't over yet, because now came the second task of shifting her knee back into position. Yelan wasn't shy of this treatment. Yelan wasn't shy of this treatment. I lose my fucking place every fucking time. Why?
Yep.
Yelan wasn't shy of this treatment, given she'd had a few cases of relocating bones in her past, both on herself and comrades. Therefore, she knew exactly what to do, and just how horrible the pain would be for Marjorie.
Okay.
Okay, now I need you to take another deep breath for me, Marjorie. She instructed softly. Your knee is out of place. I swear to fucking God. Your knee is out of place, so I need to get it back in place. It's going to hurt like hell, but it needs to be done if you ever want to walk normally again. Beads of sweat were rolling down Marjorie's face, and upon hearing the horrid task ahead, her eyes bulged. Please, just give me a second to recover. Please, just give me a second to recover. Eyes bulged. Please, just give me a second to recover. Marjorie pleaded. Marjorie pleaded. It's only going to take me a second, and it's best to get it done now, seeing I don't know how long it's been that way. Yelan countered. Unless you want to walk with a cane for the rest of your life, take a deep breath and scream when I say 1. Marjorie couldn't argue.
Okay, let's bring that back just a teensy bit.
Marjorie couldn't argue, so she just nodded and did as Yelan instructed, taking in a deep breath and preparing for the worst. All right, I'm going to do it fast. Yelan. All right, I'm going to do it fast.
Pull that back.
I'm going to do it fast. Yelan said, positioning her hands in the proper spots to perform the task. 3, 2, 1. Scream! From the task. 3, 2, 1. Scream! Upon the last command, Yelan twisted Marjorie's leg in the proper direction to reposition the bone. A simultaneous cacophony of a very loud pop and Marjorie screaming like a band. No. A simultaneous cacophony.
Hang on. I need to reset this.
A simultaneous cacophony of a very loud pop and Marjorie screaming like a banshee erupting into chaotic harmony. However, That symphony of absolute pain and madness lasted only for a few seconds, Marjorie's knee going back into socket and her nightmare ending. The madness had been enough to make Marjorie pass out. The madness had been enough to make Marjorie pass out, which Aelon knew wasn't anything to worry. The madness had been enough to make Marjorie pass out, which Aelon knew wasn't anything to worry about. The two worst things were handled for now, so she turned back to searching for more. More survivors. Rest tight, So she turned back to searching for more survivors. Rest tight, Marjorie. I need to figure out what the hell happened here. She got back to... No.
Oh shit. No. Streams now to the ground.
Happened here. She got back to her feet and turned to the street, resuming her search.
Her search? Looks like the same thing over here.
She got back to her feet and turned to the street, resuming her search. She searched each building all the way up to the fountain, and unfortunately had only discovered the remains of Mondstadt's citizens. Rummaging through the clutter had grown her to a feat. Rummaging through the clutter had grown her to a fatigued state, stopping momentarily to catch her breath in front of Good Hunter. It killed her to stop searching. It killed her to stop searching. It killed her to stop searching. No. It killed...
Ow.
It killed her to stop searching, but she also knew that she couldn't kill herself searching either, so she made the logical choice. I need a drink.
Oh, is this when Audacity did the thing? My mouth is it's noisy today. Nope, I'm just coughing.
As she sat taking slow and easy breaths, she thought about her fellow comrades, now hundreds of miles away. The fact that Mondstadt had been a choice.
Okay, gotta bring that back a little bit. On wings, but these feathers will
Twice.
never fly.
As she sat taking slow and easy breaths, she thought about her fellow comrades, now hundreds of miles away. The fact that Mondstadt had been attacked and destroyed scared her to no avail, and she hoped in her heart that they hadn't acted too late. And she hoped in her heart that they hadn't acted too late. And she hoped in her heart that they hadn't acted too late. She had no idea how long ago Mondstadt had been sieged, and if it had been days. And if it had been days, the android responsible for this attack could be in... And if it had been days, the android responsible for this attack could be in Inazuma awaiting the command to attack. However, she was smart enough to know not to focus.
Hey, bring that back.
However, she was smart enough to know not to focus on what could be, and immediately removed any thoughts of Inazuma being next from her mind.
Bring that back.
And immediately removed any thoughts of Inazuma being next from her mind. And immediately removed any and immediately removed any thoughts of Inazuma being next from her mind. Right now, she just needed to focus on one thing, figuring out what happened and finding any survivors. As she went to get to her feet to continue her pursuit, a sudden sound of footsteps met her ears, driving her to her feet and drawing back an arrow for an attack. She didn't move, and like a fisherman waiting patiently for a fish to bite their hook, waited for whoever was nearby to come to her. They were heavy footsteps, like combat boots, and they carried a sense of familiarity. While Yelan wasn't entirely sure if she was correct, she suddenly felt like she wasn't in danger and that the situation had changed. The steps drew within yards, and upon the reveal of who was walking, Yelan was relieved. Sir Diluc? She addressed, wondering if she was imagining this encounter, but upon his reply, it became clear that he was really there. Please don't fucking do this to me.
Oh.
He turned his gaze to... No, I'm going to redo that. She addressed.
Here?
She addressed, wondering if she was imagining this encounter, but upon his reply, it became clear that he was really there. He turned his gaze to her, armed with a...
Oh my god, yeah, this line and me did not get along.
Armed with the same claymore that he'd armed... Armed with the same claymore that he'd armed the day of their capturing. Armed with the same claymore that he'd armed the day of their capturing of Rashov. He was on edge and relieved upon seeing Yelan. He was on edge and relieved upon seeing Yelan's face. Miss Yelan? Miss Yelan? Miss Yelan? Miss Yelan?
That's better.
He questioned.
That's much better. Haven't done these voices in a while, so I wasn't really sure. Let's bring this back a little bit.
Miss Yelan. Yelan's face.
Nope, too close. All right, here-ish.
Miss Yelan. He questioned, taking a second to regain his composure. I'll admit that you were the last person I expected to see among these ruins. No. Why can I not do my Diluc voice right now? I'll admit that you were the last person I expected to see among these ruins.
There you go.
Yelan withdrew her weapon and walked to Diluc's position, both of them in shock that this encounter was even happening. I'm just glad to see you're still alive. Yelan started. I swear to God.
Back.
Yelan started. Can you explain what the hell happened here?
Trolley.
Started. Can you explain what the hell happened here? Of course. But first, I need to know where that scream came from. He replied. Yelan gasped, having forgotten her aiding of Marjorie's injuries amidst the shock of meeting up with an old ally.
Bring that back.
Having forgotten her aiding of Marjorie's... I came across a survivor named Marjorie. Oh, no. Oh.
Ow.
Oh, I came across a survivor named Marjorie. She explained. She's hurt really badly. But I managed to temporarily treat her injuries through the use of... She's hurt really badly. But I managed to temporarily treat her injuries through the use of...
Okay.
Yelan paused. No. But I
managed. So right here.
But I managed to temporarily treat her injuries through the use of... But I managed to treat her injuries through the use of...
That's better. Much better. Okay, but...
Yep. But I managed to treat her injuries through the use of... Yelan paused, having completely forgot she had used her clothing to wrap the Yelan paused.
Whoa. Wait, hang on.
Yelan paused. Yelan paused, having completely forgot she had used her clothing to wrap the fracture, meaning she was standing in broad daylight with only her bra covering her upper body. She blushed instantly in embarrassment, feeling as if she were nude in a spotlight in her...
Q. Yep.
She blushed instantly in embarrassment, feeling as if she were nude in a spotlight in her current position. However, D-Luke calmed the situation. Spotlight in her... Spotlight... Light... Light...
See if I can get rid of that.
Spotlight in her... Spotlight... In... Spotlight in her current... Spotlight in her current... Spotlight... In her... In a spotlight in her current position. However, D-Luke calmed the situation by taking the initiative to shed his jacket and offer it as cover for Yelan. Take the...
It's hot in here.
Yelan. Take this, Miss Yelan.
No. That's not D-Luke. I'm not just anyone, no.
Take this, Miss Yelan.
No. Oh my god. It's hot in here.
Take this, Miss Yelan. He offered nicely, to which Yelan took with hesitation. While cover for Yelan. Take this, cover for Yelan.
Okay. See that
For Yelan. Take this, Miss Yelan. He offered nicely, to which Yelan took with hesitation. While she was still embarrassed, she could respect D-Luke for his kindness in sparing her any further exposure than she already had. She slipped on the warm leather jacket and worked quickly to cover her entire upper body, thanking him accordingly. Thank you, Sir D-Luke. I'm very sorry you had to see me so, exposed. It's no problem, Miss Yelan. He replied. After all, it's not exposed. It's no problem, Miss Yelan. He replied.
Pull that back more.
Exposed. It's no problem, Miss Yelan. He replied. After all, it's thanks to your sacrifice that one of our own will live to see another day. Now, where is she? Now, where is she? Yelan didn't waste any further time. Now, where is she? Yelan didn't waste any further time and led Diluc to Marjorie, still passed out like a light. Diluc did the honors of picking her up carefully and followed with only one more thing that would answer all of the questions in Yelan's mind. And followed with only one more thing that would answer all of the questions on Yelan's mind. Now, and followed carefully, and followed with carefully.
Something like that. Got that.
Carefully, and followed with only one more thing. Carefully, and carefully.
Boom. That right there.
Picking her up carefully, and followed with only one more thing that would answer all of the questions on Yelan's mind. Follow me. Oh. I'm gonna kill that fucking cough, I swear to God. Follow me, and I'll answer any questions you may have.
There we go.
The cathedral door echoed upon...
Oh, it's a pause. Wait, hang on.
Follow me, and I'll answer any questions you may have.
There we go. Alright, here, so... Alright, let's save.
The cathedral door echoed upon closing tightly, Diluc having led Yelan there, and... Diluc having led Yelan there with Marjorie in tow. Diluc having led Yelan there with Marjorie in tow. Upon entering the long... Upon entering...
No.
The long and...
What the?
The long...
Are you serious? Hang on.
Upon entering the long and open infrastructure of the building. Upon entering the long...
Hang on. I might be able to puzzle this together. Please just tell me that's a shit take.
Both familiar and unfamiliar faces were met by Yelan's gaze. No. Both... Can we please not be a fucking crap shoot today? Audacity, please and thank you. And now the fucking heater's starting up. Upon entering the long and open infrastructure of the building.
Hang on. Long and open.
The long and open infrastructure. The long and
Jesus Christ. I might be able to puzzle this together.
Upon entering the long and open infrastructure of the building, both familiar and unfamiliar faces were met by Yelan's gaze. No. Both... Can we please not be a fucking crap shoot today? Both... Both familiar and unfamiliar faces were met by Yelan's gaze. At the other end, the sight of Jean, Barbara, and a passed-out Lisa came into view, and off to the side were two strangers. The first was a lady that resembled a witch with two long pigtails adorned with astronomical fixtures attached to their ends. The second was a bard with piercing teal eyes and two short brands with teal-dyed ends that hung off both sides of their head. Short brands with teal...
What the fuck did I say? Brands? Braids, you dumb fuck. I'm gonna have to re-record this, ain't I? Oh, I swear to God.
Short brands with teal-dyed ends that hung off both sides of their head. Both of them were in...
Nope, I didn't catch it. God damn it.
The second was a...
The second. We're just gonna redo all this. Not that big of a deal. Barter's house wasn't over yet. Okay. On it. The first was a lady, blah, 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 blah. Right there. Okay. Get into the second account, or account window. Alright, let's see if we can do this. Let's get this in one take. The second was a bard with piercing teal eyes and two short braids with teal-dyed ends that hung off both sides of their head. Done. Alright, now I gotta just position these correct. Bard with piercing teal eyes and two short... Bard with piercing teal eyes... and two... Something like that. Piercing teal eyes and two short braids with teal-dyed ends that hung off... Piercing teal eyes and two short braids with teal-dyed... Piercing teal eyes and two short braids with teal-dyed ends that hung off both sides of their head. I think it's fine. Control A, Control R. Control C. It's hot in here. Attached to their ends. The second was a bard with piercing teal eyes and two short braids with teal-dyed ends that hung off both sides of their head. Both of them were in disarray, showing that they'd both experienced trauma recently, as much as loss. Okay. Upon Diluc's approach, the bard was the first to speak. Alright. We've got another... No. Oh god, Venti. We've got another survivor! They spoke frantically. Okay, pull that back. Yeah, my Venti voice isn't the best, but oh well. Doesn't sound too bad, I guess. So, we want to bring that down just a teensy little bit. First to speak. We've got another survivor! Something like that, I don't know. We've got another survivor! They spoke frantically. Sister Barbara, get into position quickly! Ay caramba. Control R. Sister Barbara, get into position quickly! The original voice actor is a lady. Spoke frantically. Sister Barbara, get into position quickly! Oh, oops, wrong button. We've got another survivor! They spoke Oh, that sounds fine. Sister Barbara, get into position quickly! Like, he's kind of like Yai who speaks sarcastically. Like, Venti's a sarcastic kind of asshole kind of character. Barbara responded, hurrying... Oh, shit. On it. On it.
On it.
On it.
On it.
Barbara responded. Yep. On it.
On it.
Barbara's a tricky one. 5 plus 4, maybe?
On it. Quickly.
Not sure if I care for that. The Barbara one, I mean, doesn't kind of sound frantic enough.
Sister Barbara, get into position quickly. On it.
Yeah, I don't like that. Because Barbara's kind of frantic when it comes to caring for people. So... let's go something... oops, not that, not that, not that. Okay. I need to turn down my gain a little bit. Not up, not up. Let's see.
Oh, on it.
You know, something like that.
On it.
No.
On it. On it.
Something like that. Hopefully I didn't kill your guys' ears too much. I shouldn't have. That's why I turned down the gain.
On it.
Let me listen to these.
On it.
It's more confident.
On it. On it. On it.
No. These two takes, I think, are the best ones.
On it.
Okay. Let's try this again. Turn the volume down.
On it.
Like something like that. Oh, God. Sorry, guys.
On it.
Something like that.
On it.
No.
On it. On it.
Something like that. Oh, God, that's high. I hope I'm not killing your guys' ears. I'm trying not to. But this is how voice acting goes sometimes. Okay. If it doesn't hurt my ears, it shouldn't hurt your guys's.
On it. On it.
That's too low. I can pitch it, though, if I need to.
On it.
Mm-mm.
On it.
Mm-mm. Let me see if I just pitch that.
On it.
Mm-mm. There's also a call to response. Hello? What the fuck? Oh, oops. Okay, cancel that.
On it.
That's not bad. That's not bad. Control A. Control R. This isn't bad.
On it.
Sounds kind of confident. It's got the franticness to it. Yeah, I think that works. Where's her line?
Sister Barbara, get into position quickly. On it.
Barbara. Control V.
Position quickly. On it!
Much better. Much better. I think that can be just a little teensy bit louder, though. Oh, God. No, 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 no. Not that loud. Let's see if that might work.
Sister Barbara, get into position quickly. On it!
Much better. Much, much, much better. Plus, the volume's going to be, like, ticked down quite a bit when I add the EQ, so.
Barbara responded, hurrying to meet D-Luke. How is she?
That's okay.
D-Luke didn't answer immediately.
Bring that back.
D-Luke didn't answer immediately, only worked to gently place Marjorie into Barbara's arms. She's stable, but badly hurt. D-Luke answered, It's best you get her... Okay, let's go something like that. It's best you get her healed as fast as you can. Yes, sir. She answered, carefully escorting Marjorie to a proper healing spot. Yelan could tell that the situation was serious just by the fact that she hadn't been recognized. Her curiosity was burning for answers to what had happened, so she continued down the aisle, coming to a stop in front of Jean.
Okay, that's good.
I swear to God. Alright, let's try this.
Just get rid of that. What the fuck is that?
I swear to God. Alright, let's try this fucking... Oh my God. Here come all the Google notifications. Fuck off. Does anything else want to fucking...
Don't ask.
Okay, can I please get this done? God's sakes.
Okay, what comes next?
This Yelan?
Oh, hang on. So I'll go faster. What comes next? Quickly, how is she? Heal her as fast as you can. Yes, sir. Proper healing spot. Coming to a stop in front of Jean. Miss Yelan. Okay, so... something like that. I don't know.
Miss Yelan? Jean stated in surprise. Are you hurt? No. Are you hurt? Do I need to assign you for a heal? Yelan shook.
Okay, now I gotta zoom back in.
Miss Yelan? Jean stated in surprise. Are you hurt? Do I need to assign you for a heal? Yelan shook her head, responding quickly with assurance that she was unharmed.
Yeah.
No need to worry. I'm fine. Yelan answered. I was on my way back from Inazuma, but once... Answered.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that.
I was on my way back...
Oh, wait. Yes, I can. I can just cheat. Just do this shit.
No need to worry. I'm fine. I was on my way back from Inazuma, but once I saw the smoke, I ran here as fast as I possibly could to help. Can I ask exactly what happened to cause all of this? Of course. Jean responded. However, allow me to introduce you to these people first. Of course. Jean responded. However, allow me to introduce you to these people first.
Okay.
She turned her head in the direction of the bard and witch, taking steps towards them, taking step towards them both. No, taking steps towards them both. Her approach caused both of their taking steps towards them both. Her approach caused both of their bleh. Her approach caught both of their attentions, to which Yelan gave the proper proceedings.
Oh god, I said the wrong thing, didn't I?
To which Yelan gave the proper proceedings.
I did. I said the wrong goddamn thing, didn't I?
Jean.
Yeah, I said to which Yelan. No, it's Jean. You dumbass. God, I just love my job. I just love my fucking job. Oh, God. Shut up. To which Jean gave the proper... Hang on. To which Jean gave the proper... Okay. To which Jean gave the proper proceedings. To which Jean gave the proper proceedings. Alright, there we go. Control-A, Control-R. Oh, shut the fuck up. Now what the fuck are you doing? Oh my god. Control. Edit. Redo. Why are we doing this fucking bullshit? What did I click? I did not click your S. Go away. Control A, Control R. To which Jean gave the proper proceedings. There we go. Okay, Control C. And there we go. Hopefully that's good enough. Her approach caught both of their attentions, to which Jean gave the proper proceedings. Better. Alright, Jean.
Ms. Yelan, this is Mona Magistus, Mondstadt's local astrologist, and a main reason we are alive. And a main reason we are alive. And a main reason we are alive. Oh my god! And a main reason we are alive.
Okay. Local astrologist.
And a main reason we are alive. And a main astrologist. And a main reason. And a main...
I don't care.
Mona Magistus, Mondstadt's local astrologist, and a main reason we are alive.
Jean stated, gesturing towards the female witch.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance. A pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Mona greeted.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance.
She sounds annoyed.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance.
She'd be distraught, so yeah.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Mona greeted. Wouldn't she be kind of relieved? I don't know. Distraught or relieved? Knowing Mona, she's kind of a ego head, so.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Mona greeted. Alright. Yelan nodded as a way... Okay, pull it back. Yelan nodded as a way of greeting Mona, allowing Jean to move to introducing the bard.
And this is Venti. However, it's best you address them by...
Control. Nah, shit. Let's see. Let's see if that might work. The bard.
And this is Venti. However, it's best you address them by their proper identity as... She paused shortly, causing Yelan to become confused. But upon the identity being revealed, she understood exactly why Jean had been so nervous. Lord Barbatos. Yelan's eyes bulged. Barbados? As in the god of freedom? Barbados? As in... Barbados? As in the god of freedom? Oh, Grandmaster, there's no need for such pleasantries. Oh, Grandmaster, there's no need for such pleasantries. Barbados said in a casual tone.
I think I like the first take better. It sounds more venti-ish.
Barbados said in a casual tone, surprising Yelan. Just call me Venti. My Archon name is such a thing of the...
Piss off!
Just call me Venti. My Archon name is such a thing of the past, and I'd rather not be associated with it. It was as if he were just a regular person, but Yelan had a hard time believing a god could be so carefree and humble. She respected his wishes, though, and... Whoops. She respected her wish... She respected his wishes, though.
Accidentally bumped the microphone.
She respected his wishes, though, and carefully chose her next pair of words. And carefully chose her next words. A pleasure to meet you, Venti. And carefully chose her next words.
Oh my god.
A pleasure to meet you, Venti. See, no need to be so formal, Grandmaster Jean.
Yeah, something like that. It's more carefree.
To meet you, Venti. See, no need to be so formal, Grandmaster Jean. He stated. Anyway, what's your name, ma'am? Anyway, what's your name, ma'am? Anyway, what's your name, ma'am? You may call me Yelan. Yelan confirmed, still in disbelief that she was talking to the animal Archon. Nice to meet you, Yelan. No, nice to meet you, Miss Yelan. He greeted politely. Nice to meet you, Miss Yelan. He greeted politely.
Alright.
With introductions concluded, Jean resumed the original request.
Pull that back. Save. It's hot.
With introductions concluded, Jean resumed the original request she'd promised to grant. No. Jean resumed the original request she'd promised to grant, sighing before starting.
Pull that back.
Jean resumed the original request she'd promised to grant, sighing before starting. All right. Now that we are all acquainted, could you two explain what happened to lead to all of this? Could you two explain what happened to lead to all of this to Miss Yelan? Jean questioned. Of course. Mona accepted. I'll start, seeing it's important you know exactly how we are all still alive, despite Mondstadt's current state. Her gaze moved to the floor, revealing to Yelan that whatever...
Okay, bring that back.
Her gaze moved to the floor, revealing to Yelan that whatever she was about to hear had left trauma scars for Mona. It all began with the nightmares.
Okay.
3 days...
So this will be a pause. I don't know if I'm going to keep this in. Maybe I'll put a text layer over it. I don't know.
3 days earlier, Mona shot up from her slumber, her eyes bulged and breaths rapid. She had just awoken from a nightmare she'd been having for the past few nights, but this time it had been something more extreme. A nightmare so vivid in detail that it felt like more than just a regular... That it felt like A nightmare so vivid in detail that it had felt like more than just a nightmare so vivid in detail that it had felt like more than just a regular nightmare. It had been as if it were reality, and upon eyeing the person who had awoken her, she had known every thought that had she had known her every thought that it a nightmare so vivid. And upon eyeing the person who had awoken her, she had known every thought that had she had known her every thought that it she had known in her every thought. Fucking hell. She had known in her every thought that it hadn't been just a bad dream because she had known in her every thought that it hadn't been just a bad dream became all the more familiar, became all the more true. Lisa had a
Hold on.
She had known in her every thought that it hadn't been just a bad dream became all the more familiar, became all the more true. Lisa had a
Hang on. I gotta look at the words.
became all the more familiar, became all the more true.
Yeah. Okay, that's the right way.
Hadn't been just a bad dream became all the more true. Lisa had a similar what? Lisa had a look similar to a worried mother when their child gets seriously hurt. She had been sweating, nearly crying, and had looked so scared as if Mona had sounded like she had been dying in her sleep. This had been the fourth nightmare. It had all started as a tame dream about her being locked in her house on fire with no escape 3 days prior. It had been your usual nightmare that ended with her waking up before the flames could reach her and burn her to death. It had been your usual nightmare that ended with her waking up before the
Bring that back.
It had been your usual nightmare that ended with her waking up before the flames could reach and burn her to death. A spectacle that had scared her, but she'd waved it off as nothing more than a night's up before the flames could reach and burn her to death. A spectacle that had scared her, but she'd waved it off as nothing more than a night scare. Nightmares like these were common, and the result of being under heavy amounts of stress. Nightmares like these were common, and the result of being under heavy amounts of stress. Being an astrologist, Mona was constantly under stress and fatigue, so she didn't see it as anything abnormal up until the next night. It was the same dream, except it hadn't started the same. Instead, up until the next night. It was the same dream, except it hadn't started the same. Instead, it had started with her doing her usual habits prior to bedtime, reading and studying. However, it quickly became more familiar. However, it quickly became more familiar upon her finishing her nightly rituals and returning to slumber, only to wake to her house ablaze in flames. From there, it played out exactly the same, up until she was kicked from slumber and awoken. Dreams repeating wasn't anything new, so she'd written it off as nothing but a hint. Dreams repeating wasn't anything new, so she'd written it off as nothing but a hint that she needed to take time off from her studies. Then came the third night. The dream started out differently again, this time beginning with her buying goods from the local produce stand. However,
My horror roots are coming out now.
then came the third night. The dream started out differently again, this time beginning with her buying goods from the local produce stand. However, something odd occurred upon her something odd occurred upon her departure just being... However, something odd occurred upon her departure just being... What? However, something odd occurred upon her... However, something odd occurred upon her departure just out of the corner of her eye. She spotted an odd-looking figure just outside of the Goth Grand Hotel. While it was a faint glimpse, she was sure she had seen two specific things: a top hat and red raven masquerade mask. By the time she had turned, nobody with such a description was anywhere to be seen. So she had waved it off as just a figment of her imagination and went home. From there, the dream played out from where it had started the second night, and followed with the same exact events to the point of where she was roused from slumber. That had been the point where Mona had started to speculate that these recurring dreams were more than just that. So upon the following day, she started to look around for any clues that may lead her to wherever the hell these nightmares were trying... Jesus Christ. So upon the following day, she started to look around for any clues that may lead her to whatever the hell these nightmares were trying to tell her. She searched Lisa's library for all literature based around it. She searched Lisa's library for all literature based around dreams, and after hours of endless research, found one specific thing that may have related to her situation: premonitions. Several cases of reoccurring nightmares being warnings of real things to come had been recorded in history, but there was only one thing all of her nightmares shared: the fire. What did these other dreams that had given her more insight have to do with that specific aspect? No. What did these other dreams that had given her more insight have to do with that specific aspect? Then she had remembered a key detail of her third one: the mysterious figure out of the corner of her eye, the top hat, the raven mask. That was when she had turned to the shelves of the library for something else: information on the mask and if it had any connection to the fire in her dream. She searched for hours up until she had grown exhausted and returned back to her home with her hoard of knowledge. Too tired to read any further, Mona had gone to sleep, only to meet another horrid nightmare. The fourth one had started completely different, having begun with a whole different scenery. She had been standing outside the borders of Leeway Harbor, now nothing more than a smoldering mass of ruin submerged into the sea. Mona had been confused up until she was suddenly grabbed by someone from behind, and a sudden rapid succession of scenes had flashed before her eyes. It had been terrifying, having ended with her in her home, once again ablaze in flames with no exit in sight. Just like the rest, the dream had ended before the flames could reach her, having led to her waking up and hyperventilating in absolute fear. Now she had known something wasn't right, so she had gotten up and started to investigate the books on what she'd hoped was related to the figure she had seen. After hours of nothing, Mona had grown hungry for a lunch at Good Hunter, so she had departed for a short break. Luckily, the line hadn't been too long, so she'd requested and received her serving in little time, Mona having enjoyed her meal slowly and properly. However, just as she had... Pull that back.
Mona having enjoyed her meal slowly and properly. However, just as she had gotten up to pay for her food, something eerie had struck her. Just out of the corner of her eye, she'd seen a figure with the same details as in her dream, causing her to quiver in mild fright. It had gotten only more creepy upon her having turned to see whoever had been haunting her sleep for the past 4 nights, only to see nothing. It had only gotten more creepy upon her having turned to see whoever. It had gotten.
About right there-ish.
It had only gotten more creepy upon her having turned to see whoever had been haunting her sleep for the past 4 nights, only to see nothing. That alone had been enough for her to get up. That alone had been enough for her to get up and run back home, having felt as if she were being watched. To settle her paranoia, Mona had decided to take a nice hot bath, having hoped for it to rid her psyche of those terrifying nightmares and allow her to get a good night's sleep. Once the wooden tub had filled with what she had hoped to be her solution to her troubles, she had stripped to nothing but her birthday suit and had soaked in the water for a long hour before getting out.
Alright. Okay. Stop. Let's get that out. Alright, let's see. About right here-ish.
After the bath, Mona had dressed herself in nothing but her before getting out.
Okay.
Before getting out. After the bath, Mona had dressed herself in nothing but her bathrobe and had returned to do her usual astrological studies up until the night. After the bath, Mona had dressed herself in nothing but her bathrobe and had returned to doing her usual astrological studies up until night had come. She hadn't cared to dress into anything and had retired to slumber with nothing but her flesh on, having hoped that maybe a bear sleep along with a having hoped that maybe a bear sleep along with the long hot bath would have been enough to get a full night's rest. That had been proven null and void upon her having awoken to her home ablaze yet again, no exit having been in sight. She'd risen from the bed in a haste, having wrapped her nude body up in the bathrobe just off to the side of the bed. She had attempted to douse the flames with her hydro attacks, but the raging blaze had already grown too powerful for any amount of water to dissolve them to nothing but cinders. It had been vivid, terrifying, traumatizing. However, to dissolve them to nothing but cinders. It had been vivid, terrifying, traumatizing. However, it had only gotten worse upon her noticing she hadn't been alone. Just a few yards across from her had been the very figure she had seen in her previous nightmares, his head adorned with the same top hat, and his face covered by a blood-red raven masquerade mask with golden linings along the curves. And his face covered by a blood-red raven masquerade mask with golden linings along the curves. And his face covered by a blood-red raven masquerade mask with golden linings. And his face covered. And
I mean, I think that takes fine.
With golden light. And his face covered by a blood-red raven masquerade mask with golden linings along all the curves.
Let me read that list one more time.
And his face covered by a blood-red raven masquerade mask with golden linings along the curves. Yeah, that's fine.
Behind the mask, she
Right there.
things along the curves. Behind the mask, she had been able to see their eyes as well. The curves. Behind the mask, she had been able to see their eyes as well. Their pupils were black. Their pupils being black and outlined with to see their eyes as well. Their pupils being black and outlined with crimson scleras. They had been piercing. They had been piercing, feeling as if they'd been stabbing the core of her soul. They had been piercing, feeling as if they'd been stabbing the core of her soul to nothing but fragments of lifeless remains of what used to be her. She couldn't move. It had been as if she were petrified. The figure had suddenly grabbed her left shoulder with a force so powerful that it could have rivaled a god's strength, lifting her up above him and forcing her to look him in the eye. She had protested and tried to break free, but it would have only caused more damage. She had been absolutely sure her shoulder was broken, but all of the pain and fear she'd felt more damage. She had been absolutely sure her shoulder was broken, but all of the pain and fear she'd felt in that moment alone had been muted to silence by his one and only set of words. For the greater good, a new world shall...
Bring that about.
Set of words. Set of words. For the...
Get that out.
For the greater good, a new world shall be born from her ashes. After he'd finished saying that, Mona had been flung back to reality upon being thrown into the flames, her bathrobe coming off in the process. Her bathrobe coming off in the process. The flames embracing her skin had immediately caused her to scream in pain, having been unable to move or attempt to escape her searing agony. The pain had become numb to her over the long several minutes of being having wished. The pain had become numb to her. The pain had become numb to her. The pain had become...
That's a little bit of a plosive, yes. Just need to get that out. Alright.
The pain had become numb to her over the long several minutes of having wished for death to greet and free her from the blaze drowning her. The smell of burning flesh and hair having permeated her senses to a point of suffocation. Having become numb to the pain and ready to escape, she had collapsed and closed her eyes in surrender, only to have been awoken from slumber by Lisa and... She had collapsed and closed her... Having become numb to the pain and ready to escape, she had collapsed and closed her eyes in surrender, only to have been awoken from slumber by Lisa and leading to where she currently sits in a terrified state trying to catch her breath. Upon seeing Lisa's face, Mona was absolutely sure she had been screaming in her sleep, disrupting the library's usual quiet ambience. Not only that, her eyes were also moist and puffy. Not only that, her eyes were also moist and puffy, proving that she had... Not only that, her eyes were also moist and puffy, proving that she had been crying as well. That dream had been too real for her to just...
Just give me chills.
That dream had been too real for her to just go home and rest. Now she definitely knew that her dreams had been trying to tell her something. She had felt the burns, her shoulder being crushed, and knew that the words the figure had said were not just a random manifestation of her psyche. Something was amiss.
Okay.
Therefore, she decided to bite the bullet and relay the information to... Therefore, she decided to bite the bullet and relay the information to... Therefore, she decided to bite the bullet and relay this information to Lisa. Therefore, she decided to bite the bullet and relay this information to Lisa, knowing that she couldn't solve this alone.
Okay.
Mona, are you all right? Lisa asked worriedly. You were not only screaming as if you were not only screaming as if you were in serious pain, but you were not only screaming as if you were in serious pain, but also sweating horribly. But you're also sweating horribly.
Oh, but you're also.
But also sweating horribly. But you're also sweating horribly. Mona attempted to catch her breath. But you're also sweating horribly.
Hang on.
Lisa asked worriedly. You were not only screaming as if you were in serious pain, but you're also sweating horribly. Mona attempted to catch her breath, using a free hand to wipe away the sweat pouring from her forehead. Her face was drenched so badly that it had stained her glove. Further pouring from her forehead. Her face was drenched so badly that it had stained her glove. Further clarification.
Trophy.
Forehead. Her face was drenched so badly that it had stained her glove. Furthering clarification that her dream had been something else beyond just a dream. She worked quickly to calm down, managing to reach a stable condition after a few minutes. Managing to reach a stable condition after a couple minutes of performing quickly to calm down, managing to reach a stable condition after a couple minutes of performing proper tactics to keep proper tactics to calm her.
Okay, I gotta zoom in here. I gotta make sure I'm not cutting anything out.
After a couple minutes of performing proper tactics to calm herself down. Calm down. Managing to reach a stable condition after a couple minutes of performing proper tactics to calm herself down. This was by far the worst reaction she'd ever had to a nightmare in her entire life, which gave her the initiative to finally start explaining to Lisa why she'd ended up like this in the first place. I need your help. Mona spoke slowly. Something isn't right, and my reoccurring nightmares over the past 3 nights have been trying to tell me something. Lisa raised an eyebrow in confusion, having not expected that to be Mona's answer of all things. However, she decided to listen, due to the fact that Mona had clearly experienced something drastic before waking up. What do you mean? Lisa answered, hoping to get more details that would give her a better idea of Mona's situation. Mona then proceeded with explaining all that had occurred over the past 3 nights, making sure to include every detail to assure Lisa that she wasn't just making up nonsense. When she concluded the full explanation of her traumatic predicament, Lisa looked pale in the face. Being a witch herself, she knew some of the particular occurrences that some may face, and she'd heard of something similar to Mona's case before. All right. I think I know what's happening, Lisa answered, causing Mona to gasp in surprise. However, if this is what I'm assuming, I fear that Mondstadt might be in danger. Mona gulped at that, partially not wanting to know what may be the truth. Mona gulped at that, partially not wanting to know what may be the truth. However, the fact that it risked Mondstadt's safety made her just Mona made her just continue to listen. I fear, Lisa. I fear that you are experiencing a precognition, and considering you are an astrologist that connects, and considering you are an astrologist with connections to fate and destiny, the messages could appear less as fantasies and more like actual reality. If you could actually feel the burns and have a dream inside of another dream, I believe it's a clear message or warning from fate itself. Therefore, I suggest you check your scryglass for actual confirmation. Mona didn't get... Bleh. Are you cuties here to help us? Yeah, that'll work, whatever. Mona didn't have any better ideas, and knew well that Lisa confirmation. Mona for actual confirmation. Wait, hang on. Therefore, I suggest you check your scryglass for actual confirmation. Mona didn't have any better ideas, and knew well that Lisa had made a great analysis. Just like a gnosis allows gods to have connections to Celestia, she a great analysis. Just like a gnosis allows gods to have connections to Celestia, she, having the knowledge and abilities of an astrologist, has connections to fate, destiny, and the universe. That could explain why her nightmares were so vivid and realistic, as much as point out that Lisa was correct with checking her scryglass for fucking dicks. As much as point out that Lisa was correct with checking her scryglass for proper confirmation. She decided to try it, hoping that nothing irregular or malicious would cross her path during the reading. All right, I'll try it. Mona agreed, getting up into a proper posture to assure an accurate reading. She summoned her scryglass with no issues and started to analyze, only to quickly become horrified at what she was seeing. Fire. Destruction. Only to quickly become horrified at what she was seeing. Fire. Destruction. Only to quickly become horrified at what she was seeing. Fire. Destruction. Deaths of hundreds. Mondstadt in ruins after the dust settled. Everything was beginning to make sense, and upon closing her scryglass, she turned to Lisa with a look of horror painted on her face. We must warn Acting Grandmaster Jean and the Knights of Favonius immediately. No. We must warn Acting Grandmaster... We must warn Acting Grandmaster Jean and the Knights of Favonius immediately. We must warn Acting Grandmaster Jean and the Knights of Favonius immediately. She spoke with urgency. Mondstadt will be attacked and destroyed in 2 days.
We must prepare for a counterattack. And that back. I'm just gonna do it this like this.
Phonius, immediately.
Mondstadt will be attacked and destroyed in 2 days. We must prepare for a counterattack. Alright. Who's talking here? Explain everything. Oh. Present day. From there, Lisa and I went straight to... Present day. From there, Lisa and I went straight to Jean and explained everything. From there, Lisa and I went straight to Jean and explained everything. After Jean informed Kaya and several others of the impending doom, and we managed to build a good defense plan against the attack. What? After that, Jean informed Kaya and several others of the impending doom, and we managed to build a good defense plan against the attack. What? After that, Jean informed Kaya and the several others of the impending doom. Fucking hell, brain. After that, Jean informed Kaya and several others of the impending doom, and we managed to build a good defense plan against the attack. However, the attack was much more severe than we'd expected, leading to countless casualties and damage. Up until a saving grace finally arrived to end the chaos. Mona finished, her eyes averting from Yelan to Venti, signaling that it was his turn to start speaking. He caught the message, and with a nod, resumed where Mona had left off. He caught the message, and with a nod. Something like that. He caught the message, and with a nod, resumed where Mona had left off. Save. Where's my Milzak? Resumed where Mona had left off. I had been settling at the windrice tree when I spotted the plume of black smoke rising from Mondstadt. I had been resting at the windrice tree when I spotted the plume of black smoke rising from Mondstadt. He started, his tone of voice more stern and melancholic. As their god, I immediately rushed back to the city, only to see an endless amount of fire and chaotic warfare. What shocked me was that there were only 3 enemies fighting against Mondstadt's army of hundreds, yet they were somehow holding off all the attacks as if it were nothing but a scratch. Alright. Sick Pegasi on wings, but these nothing but a scratch will never fly. That's because they aren't human. Yeah, that back. Or nothing but a scratch. That's because they aren't human. Yelan intervened, causing Venti to jump in surprise. What do you mean? He replied. These are the same beings that attacked and ended Liyue Harbor's existence.
They're machines fueled by the energy of the gods that can absorb elemental power and use it to enhance their strength and abilities beyond that of even a god's. They were created by the Tsaritsa and are being used to wipe out the existence of archons even a god's. They were created.
No, more space.
Even a god's. They were created by the Tsaritsa and are being used to wipe out the existence of archons and their nations in hopes of recreating the world in a whole new way. In hopes of recreating the world in a whole new way. The only way to kill them is by brute force or natural combat. In hope existence of archons and their nations in hopes of recreating the world in a whole new way. The only way to kill them is by brute force or natural combat. The world in a whole new way. The only way to kill them is by brute force or natural combat. Vision-infused attacks cannot be used against them. Otherwise, you will likely die in seconds.
Can I get that out?
The only way to kill them is by brute force or natural combat. Vision-infused attacks cannot be used against them. Otherwise, you will likely die in seconds. Venti was slightly shaking in fear, completely dumb.
The fuck was that all about?
Venti was slightly shaking in fear, completely dumbfounded by what he had just heard. So, the Tsaritsa was responsible. Jean interrupted. I feared that Mona's vision had something to do with the attack on Liyue Harbor, so I had ordered all of our soldiers to possess visions. So I had ordered all of our soldiers that possess visions to not use them in our defense. It seems my intuition saved Mondstadt from extinction. But regardless, we still lost many lives. Don't blame yourself, Grandmaster. Yelan stated, comforting. Lost many lives. Don't blame yourself, Grandmaster. Yelan stated comfortingly. It's because of you and all of your knights that Mondstadt will live to see another day. While many were lost, their deaths weren't in vain. Because all of you are still here, alive and well. While Jean was still hurt from the losses, a smile graced her lips at Yelan's words, knowing her comrade was right. Therefore, she expressed a look of assurance and said one thing. Thank you, Miss Yelan. I needed to hear that. Yelan nodded with her own smile, allowing Venti an opening to speak further on the events of what had occurred. Yelan nodded with her own smile, allowing Venti. God damn it. Fuck me. While Jean was words, knowing her comrade was right. Therefore, she expressed a look of assurance and said one thing. Thank you, Miss Yelan. I needed to hear that. Yelan nodded with her own smile. Yelan nodded with her own smile, allowing Venti an opening to speak further on the events of what had occurred. Anyway, the battle had appeared to me as of what had occurred. Anyway, the battle had appeared to me as a stalemate, and I knew I couldn't beat them. Venti explained, continuing further on. As a veteran of war, and having witnessed battles of high magnitudes, I knew I was outmatched. However, I knew one thing that could beat them, so I called them with a simple strum of my lyre. While he had originally retired from affairs of battle and relations to my duties with a simple strum of my lyre. While he had originally retired from affairs of battle and relations to my duties as Archon, Dvalin couldn't watch the people of Mondstadt die. Those monsters. Those monsters were no match for an elemental dragon, and were defeated in no more than 3 attacks. Yelan gasped at that, shocked at the fact that these supposedly indestructible androids had been easily defeated with little effort by the elemental dragon of the wind. Had easily been defeated with little effort by the elemental dragon. Shocked at the fact that these supposedly indestructible androids had been easily defeated with little effort by the elemental dragon of wind. A spark of hope erupted in her chest, starting to finally see a potential way to defeat the Tsaritsa. I have one question, Venti. Destructible...
That will get into the noise gate.
Defeat the Tsaritsa. I have one question, Venti. Yelan asked. Huh? What is it? Venti replied curiously. During the entire duration of the elemental dragon's attacks, did it exhume any elemental energy? Yelan questioned, hoping for her...
Oh my god, me.
Yelan questioned, hoping for her... Why? Yelan questioned, hoping for her hypothesis to be true. Of course, Venti confirmed. Dvalin used gusts to attack and kill them. Venti confirmed. Dvalin used...
It's hot in here. That much you got. Okay, let's go something like this.
Of course, Venti confirmed. Dvalin used gusts to attack and kill them. The force was too powerful for them to handle, and the impacts of the attack shut them down instantly. Yelan nodded with a wide smile. Thank you for confirming. Now I know that they can't absorb elemental dragon energy. And that's a perfect advantage against the Tsaritsa. Upon that statement, everyone became fully aware of Yelan's hypothesis and exactly what she was going to say next. Venti, I hate to say this. But this won't be the last attack, and as long as you remain free to roam, you will always be in danger. Also, this attack doesn't just involve Mondstadt, but all of Teyvat. And until we stop the Tsaritsa, this will just keep happening. Venti nodded in full understanding, having read between the lines easily and knowing what she was asking of him. I know, Miss Yelan. Otherwise Liyue Harbor would still exist. I know, Miss Yalon. Otherwise, Leeway Harbor would still exist, he assured. I know exactly what you're saying, but must regret to inform you that what you are requesting is not my choice to make. Yalon nodded, having expected this answer. I already knew that. So tell me what it will take to get the Valen on our side of the matter we're all facing. So tell me what it will take to get the Valen on our side of the matter we're all facing. Venti took a moment to pause and think, and upon collecting his thoughts to a point of being able to deliver Yalon a rational answer, spoke his response. You need to persuade and give him a reasonable motive to fight for the entirety of Tevat. Oh my.
Alright. Alright. Finally. Content. Finally. Alright, export. And I think that's as far as I'm going to go for one day. The other 2 chapters are going to probably be... I'll probably only get 1 chapter done tomorrow because... DVOIL chapter... It's 23, right?
You need to have a check every year.
22. Clean. Alright. So there's 2 down. 2 to go. Things are gonna get intense. But yeah, that section with Mona's dreams and all that stuff, when I was writing that actually gave me, like, chills. It scared the living shit out of me. I'll be right back. I need to use the bathroom. Alright. Whew, it's hot. Thanks for sharing. It's really interesting to watch this process. This is only step 1. This is just basically getting the mistakes out, and the next is to add all the effects and stuff. So this step's not done just yet. I've got 2 more chapters to do. And then comes the fun part of like EQing, adding sound effects, and all that lovely stuff. It's hot. Oh my god. But I'm glad you like. I'm glad it's interesting at least. But yeah, that scene with Mona having the dreams. Oh my god. I made myself even uncomfortable. Like, that's actually pretty haunting shit. Like, when it comes to, like, dreams being, like, reality, like it's trying to tell you something, that's kind of scary. I've had a few little moments like that as well in my life. Like, if you don't know, I have epilepsy, and I'm most active at night with my seizures. I was a high candidate for SUDP, sudden unexplained death in epilepsy, which it means basically a seizure kills you out of nowhere. And that can happen in my sleep any night. So that's why I have to take medication. So basically, I had a dream one time. This was during the day, by the way. And this was the most scary thing I have ever witnessed in a dream, because it felt real. I was just dreaming, and all of a sudden, something in the dream is yelling, "Wake up! Wake up!" Like loud. I don't know what the hell that was, but it was a voice yelling, "Wake up!" Like shrill, "Wake up!" And I sure as hell woke up. And I just look at that as like a message. It was a message, a warning. Because I do believe there is a God. I do believe that there is like things that watch over us, like guardian angels. And I believe that was a guardian angel telling me to wake the F up. And I don't know how. I don't know. It was fucking scary though. Because you have to understand, I was asleep. And all of a sudden this voice in there just yelling, "Wake up!" Like trying to get me to open my eyes. I don't know what the hell was going to happen. And I don't want to know. But yeah, that is an act of something else. That was definitely an act of something else. Otherworldly. Because it felt real. It didn't feel like just a random something that happened in my dream. No, it felt real. Oh, because it was like yelling loud for me to wake up. I mean, on levels, like, it feels like someone is screaming into your ear to wake up. That loud. Scared the living shit out of me. I'm probably gonna have to remove some more folders and all that stuff, but that's alright. Yeah, nothing gets more real than reality. And when it's scary like that, yeah, scary shit. TBOIL chapter 22. Was it 22? Yeah. It's not that one, not that one, not that one. Oh, yes, that one. Right? Yeah, it is that one. Oh boy, brain's already falling asleep. Not a good sign. That sounds really scary. I'm sorry you deal with that, but I'm glad you woke up. Yeah, so am I. Like, yeah, that was pretty scary. Not to mention, I have had so many near-death experiences in my life. One was I was hunting with my dad, and this was not long after I discovered I had epilepsy. So we didn't have the seizures fully under control yet. We were standing at the top of this hill that basically, it's like in the mountains, and it goes down and into a bowl. Like, down into a bowl, and there's only so far you can go from the ledge before you go into a dead drop. Well, I'm just standing there all of a sudden, or I'm just standing there normal, watching my dad, and all of a sudden, I'm rolling. I had collapsed, and I was somersaulting down the hill. But thank God my dad saw me, because otherwise I would have been dead. So I'm somersaulting down the hill, and I'm coming in and out of like, because when you go into a seizure, you are completely unable to comprehend what is happening. That's the truth. You are disoriented, you see things that you don't want to really see, and you're just in this whole other world. That's the best way that I can explain it. It's like extraterrestrial shit. So I'm coming in and out, in and out. So I'm like halfway down, and I'm trying to grab onto something because my dad's yelling, "Grab onto something!" So I'm trying to grab a bush. I'm trying to grab anything that I can to save myself, but I can't really hear him. I hear him, but it's very distant. Like, scary fucking shit. Finally, my dad just drops his gun and comes after me himself. I kid you not, I was that close to falling to my death. if it wouldn't have killed me, it would have fucked me up for life for sure. Then there's when I got stung by the whole entire hive of bees. I barely remember this. Like, it's so disorienting. This was back when I was just a kid and I didn't even know epilepsy was a goddamn thing. Basically, I had went to go down a slide into a pool, and I had disturbed an unexpected, like an out of view hive of, it was either hornets or bees, one of the two. And I suddenly, like, you think that it hurts to get stung by a whole hive of bees, right? You feel maybe like 1, 2, 3 stings, and then your adrenaline kicks in. Because it happens so fast that you just can't comprehend what's happening. So that happens, and my dad, again, super dad, keep in mind, he's up on like the 2nd floor of this house. There's a little patio that comes out. It's a wooden patio. He's sitting at the table up there, just having like chit chat with my aunt and my uncle, and he hears me scream bloody freaking murder, and he goes over the rail and down. Like, he jumps down and comes to my aid. I think my parents just called me. I'll be right back. Alright. I'm gonna end stream so I can eat. So, that was a good amount of work. How long did I stream for? 4 hours. Yep, that's about the right time. About the right time. So, yep. Thank you all for joining me. Hopefully you learned something. Hopefully you enjoyed. Got something out of this. Watching me work. Because, yeah, this is a lot of work. So, I'll probably get back to this tomorrow. But then there's the... tomorrow's going to be a lot of work. I don't know if I'll get 2 chapters done or not. So, we'll see. Anyways, thank you guys for joining. And I'll see you next time. Maybe. If I can find the live stream button. Oh, shit.